Tuesday edition. I asked the rat poison question, but I couldn't bring myself to call it rat poison edition.
Well, then you didn't ask.
Well, I did, though. The spirit of the question was the same. Is this what it was like to drive back from Green Bay with you for Jesse?
No, it took an extra 45 minutes. No.
Ooh, can't wait to hear more about that edition. And is the Badgers Outsider still joining us? Does he still do that?
Yeah.
He was texting me during the game trying to take a victory lap about how great Jordan Love is, as if I didn't want him to be the quarterback anymore. Which we all know is not true because I like Jordan edition. I'm Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee, 100.5 ESPN Madison, 1430 ESPN Beaver Dam, ESPNWisconsin.com, the ESPN app, your Alexa smart speaker, and, of course, streaming live video, although not exactly at this moment, on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And, of course, everything you need on WisconsinOnDemand.com and the Wisconsin On Demand app. I'm Jason Wilde in Green Bay. We're all in our places with sunshiny faces. Jesse Nelson's back in the Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios. And from the back seat of his vehicle where he was Ubered back to
I rode shotgun.
Sun Prairie. But apparently it took longer than expected. It is the Packers Hall of Famer. It is Mark Tauscher. Tausch, good morning. And how did, since I have not taken on the job of Jeeves to pay off my cat surgery, how was Jeeves Jesse on the drive back?
He was good. He drove nice and safe. Again, he is a very methodical. Like, you want your kids riding with Jesse. He likes to ride right behind semis. Very steady. No, he doesn't like passing people. He likes to stay in the one lane and just stick about his business, which is great. But I don't know how many times he's driven. He goes up north all the time, and he takes this route, I would believe.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we're going past Rosendale. And Rosendale or Fond du Lac, it's kind of, hit or miss. You can pick your poison when you're going. Yeah. I mean, if you want to go fast, which Jesse doesn't because he likes driving very steady, I would go Rosendale. Or I would go Fond du Lac. If you want to go methodically, but it's shorter miles, go through Rosendale. But you're going to go slower. So Jesse, as we're going, I said, "Oh, you're going to go through Fond du Lac?" He goes, "Yep." I said, "Okay, great. No problem." He goes, "Yeah, get off on 150. I get off on Military. All right, there on Military." Okay, great. Good stuff.
Is that your Jesse voice?
All of a sudden, he pulls over and exit early. And I'm looking at him like, "You have to get
Military
gas or something?" And he goes, "Oh, shucks. I got off and exit early." And then he's going to make a U-turn, and I said, "Well, can't you just keep going on this road because I can't stand backtracking?" And he's like, I suppose we could. And then he panicked, and he said, I'm going to just do a U-turn and go back. But to my credit, I did not say anything to Jesse other than, don't worry about the open for the show tomorrow. I think we got it. That was it.
All right. So, first of all, as I often do, I have questions. One, how did you end up being 45 minutes late then? Because it doesn't sound like this was a decision that was made.
It wasn't 45. It was.
You were
12
exaggerating.
Minutes, probably out of the way.
4.5 minutes. Yeah.
It was like 3 miles, 12 minutes.
Okay.
Is about what it was.
Now, Jesse, when you generally make this drive, because as some of your fellow producers like to joke, anything to get out of the office, so you trekked up for this, and you are obviously at the game on Sunday night, so in fairness to you, you didn't just do it this way. But which way do you normally go? Do you normally go 151, 41 to 151 all the time, or do you use the 26 cut through, which is slower?
I take Military Road. Is that accurate, Tausch's impression of me? You take 151 up from the Madison area. You take it to Military Road, go past the Fond du Lac Sports Park, where I've always wanted to play mini golf. And then you get right on 41 from there, and you take it all the way up to Green Bay, and you go into the cabin beyond. Yep.
It's a fine route, but that's not what you did.
And if there's bad weather, if there's like a snowstorm or even one time we had a really bad rainstorm, thunderstorm coming down, then we stay on 41 all the way to 151, keep it on the main roads.
But it's over for Rosendale, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, Rosendale's a waste of my time. I'm not going to Rosendale.
Well, I haven't driven through there yet. They redid the road because 26 was closed for, I think, 6 months.
Okay.
And again, I don't know. I would love to get. I think the Road Builders Association and how they go about their
RBA.
business, picking which roads get done.
Sure.
No, it's something. It's a different acronym, but
Yes, I know.
I'm always fascinated to see how long it actually ends up taking, and if they get it done under budget and everything else.
Very concerned about the budget.
Well, somebody should be, for God's sake. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation for another thing. But
my God.
Here we go.
You've turned into my
you brought it up. I
grandfather.
didn't.
Nobody worries about the budget anymore.
Well,
Just let the roadie road.
I just told you I'm not getting into it.
Yes, no, you're not, but it was fun. All right, so just to be clear, if this 26 project, over budget, under budget, at budget, whatever it ended up being, has now opened up 26, are you going to reutilize?
I mix and match.
It's just based on your mood, like you dress?
It goes, I think coming back, I like going Rosendale. Going up, I like going Fond du Lac. That's typically how I do it. Doesn't say it's right or wrong. That's just how I do it.
Okay. Hey, well, you do it as long as you're not stopping. And the reason I ask this of you is because if you don't hit the one light in Rosendale, you are stopping, and your forward motion syndrome is
that doesn't
problematic.
bother me. Going backwards bothers me. Making
Stopping
the
to
wrong
pee
turn and
bothers
having to do
you.
a U-turn.
Getting snacks.
If you have to. On a 2-hour trip, no, we don't need to stop to pee. But, for instance, this weekend, if I have a long trip, I'm carpooling with a couple of other people. They know where we're at, and I'm certain there'll be some issues that come up. But when I am not driving, I cede control. I will quietly seethe. I do not yell. I don't say, I will say, boy, we need to make another stop. Why are we stopping again? Who can't? So that annoys me, but I will be in. It's not even passive. I'm very aggressive about it.
Okay,
why are we stopping? So we'll see how that goes. But the boys that listen to the show that are going to be riding with me, they know we're flying through. We're not going to be making any pit stops.
Big time disappointed dad vibes from Tausch yesterday in the passenger seat. As I'm turning around on Johnson, it was a very uncharacteristic thing. I don't know what happened. Is I got behind. I moved over because I saw the sign that said 2 miles till the exit. And traffic was picking up a little bit. I got behind a semi.
He went from the right lane to the far right lane.
Semi was going super slow. I was a little impatient, but I thought, I don't think I have enough time to go around this thing.
I've never ridden with somebody that wants to pass a semi less than Jesse. I think, Jesse, do you like drafting behind the semi so you can save gas miles?
Saving gas,
Is that
sure.
kind of what?
I think Tausch was just irritable because in the front seat of my Honda Civic from Zimbrick Honda just off the Beltline on the west side of Madison, he was a little scrunched.
Ooh.
I was comfortable. Surprisingly, I was comfortable. I was not scrunched at all.
Scrunched
But Jesse,
comfortable,
again, as I
someone
said
who's
yesterday,
in a fetal position. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
As I said yesterday, thank you for the lift. I appreciated it. It was very nice of you to do, so I was able to do the show up there and hang out with my two best friends up in Green Bay. So thank you guys very much.
Frank Winters and Ruvel Martin. Hey.
No, I got to see Marco.
Marco was there?
That was great.
I love Marco.
Yep, looking good.
I've got a great autographed picture of him that I picked up at the local Goodwill, of him choking a Tampa Bay Buccaneers player, and he signed it. I think we should auction it off for charity. It's a great photo.
I think it's kind of in poor taste to do that. If you ask for an autograph, I don't like the fact you just go dump it at Goodwill or something. I don't like that at all.
No, I agree. I was happy to find it. It's
matter of fact, when somebody does that, it's
who was
kind of a slap to the
96?
face of.
Who was 96
Billy
for the
Lyons?
Buccaneers? No, for the Buccaneers.
Billy Lyons was 96.
What
What do I care who 96 was?
Because he's the guy that's getting choked. You would have gone against
great.
him.
Well, who is it?
I don't. I'll look
Who is it?
Thank you for your service. All right. Last question on this travail that you guys experienced. Would you if Jesse was an Uber driver, how many stars would you give him?
Oh, he'd get 5 stars. He is safe. He's steady.
His car is
he lets
clean.
You eat in the car. His car was clean. Yeah. A very, very nice companion in the car. He
Good
talks,
conversation.
He takes phone calls. I was able to catch up with some of our ESPN Madison teammates because, as you know, Jesse's a big deal.
Yep.
And he is
Manager.
a content director. And Jesse helped me vote for the Heisman Trophy. I was not going to vote. He kind of said, you got to do it, Tausch. And I thought, do I? And he kind of strong-armed me into my Heisman vote. So
You're not strong-armed by us ever.
I can't reveal any of who I selected, but I'll just put it this way. Can I even say this, Jesse? Can I say that 2 of the 3 that I voted for may or may not have made the trip to New York? Can I say that, or is that not allowed?
You're the one who knows all the rules, which, by the way, half our drive home yesterday when I wasn't on the phone or messing up directions was helping Tausch figure out how to log in to vote for the Heisman Trophy.
Wow.
It is
God.
like
I mean, hey, remember this code. You remember the first 3 numbers, I'll take the last 3. Oh, that one didn't work. Got to do it again.
That is true. It did. What a hot mess the Heisman Trophy voting stuff is. It is. I've told you guys this for 4 years. It needs a total revamp, and they are not revamping it. I should not be voting, and I think most people, there shouldn't be 1,000 blanket voters for the Heisman Trophy. 32 NFL scouts. Bam. Done. Vote. Be done with it. That's what should happen.
The great rivalries in sports now are Michigan, Ohio State, Duke, North Carolina, Packers, Bears, and Tausch versus two-factor authentication.
That's a pretty good line.
I can't argue with that, Jesse. I can't.
Yeah.
As I'm sitting here on a VMix call all by myself because you've sent 15 links.
It's in your Instagram
I'm
photos.
losing all those battles.
I'm glad that Will Pauling and Tanner Mordecai each got a Heisman vote, so that's good. But we'll have to wait and see which of the finalists actually wins. All right. I'm glad you guys got home safe and sound. It was great to see you, all kidding aside. It was fun to do the show in person, and now for me to be able to talk to Jesse and see him, and for me to be able to see Tausch on the sideline of a game, smiling happily.
Can you tell I'm annoyed at Jesse for this VMix thing?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Well, I've clicked on both. I'm sitting here on a blue screen all by myself. Like, what am I even doing?
Oh, you're Mr. Lonely. Well, great opportunity for you, for no one to see you, as you continue to work through the new December read for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, because we know you're kind of like the Packers, right? Early in the season, some growing pains, but by the end of the year, you're going to be, and the end of the month, you're going to have it all pulled together for Gina Della.
You know that's right. And Santa has been talking about a very special gift that you can unwrap now, but you don't have to pay for a year and a half. Wow, what a layaway plan that is. You can let Pella replace your leaky windows and doors while you put no money down, make no payments, with no interest for, I have to check this because early in the month I always get this screwed up.
Yeah,
but I think it says no interest for 18 months, which in today's climate is absolutely absurd. No interest for 18 months. Pella's Elves, they install year-round and can finish installation in as little as a day. Hurry up, though. This incredible deal does end on December 31st, which is New Year's Eve. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com. Certain restrictions do apply. See showroom for details.
All right, I want to get to the rat poison, which I did not actually use that term,
Sounds
of course. Yeah, delicious. I'm the one who's distributing it, right? Isn't that what you're saying with my positivity and my stories?
We'll see. I don't know how you're going to approach. Yeah, I'll see how you approach this week.
Very positively, for sure. I even approach things positively when they're not playing well, which is a little strange, but that's how I'm wired. We will see how Tausch views my question about handling success next. Matt LaFleur answers that question on Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. 28 years on the Packers.
I would flat out cut his ass to send a message.
37 years playing in the NFL.
This is the best win in the Matt LaFleur era.
87 years covering the Packers.
And that's what happened in the fourth quarter. That's all. He has been really good.
And 46 years of being on ESPN.
I said to Herman Edwards one time, it's hard to win a game in the NFL. He said, John, it's hard to make a first down.
There's no place with more experience when it comes to talking about the green and gold. All day, every day. We are 94.5 ESPN.
Hi, this is Wayne Larrabee, the voice of Green Bay football. You know, fans count on me to make the right call every time, and I can continue to do that thanks to Summit Eye Care of Wisconsin. When my vision began to drift, my eye doctor said Summit Eye Care was the best place to go. Using the latest adjustable implants, the doctors at Summit were able to fine-tune my vision. In fact, my vision is now the best it's ever been. Summit Eye Care was the right call to help me see all the action on game days.
To schedule an appointment at one of their locations, visit summitiwi.com.
Hey, it's Gabe Neitzel from Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. You've heard me talk about the results mentality has had on my life, but don't just take it from me. Jason has had success too, thanks to mentality.
My only regret is I didn't do it sooner. Knowing once again I've gotten the treatments done and continuing, I do feel, stuff does hurt a little bit more, but I'm 40, in my 40s, and that's going to happen. But again, the energy levels, it is above and beyond. Again, I'm back in that age where I'm like, this is amazing.
Get started today at lowtusa.com.
The holidays are here, and the perfect gift idea is a custom holiday gift box filled with Kringle from Racine Danish Kringles. Try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. Order today at Kringle.com.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at Bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Associated Bank. Looking for a bank with home field advantage? You got it. At Associated Bank, we're more than just a bank. We're your neighbors. That's why scoring a Packers checking account is the right play for your pay. And here's the kicker. Your Packers debit card gets you 10% off at the Packers Pro Shop. Join the team today. Open your Packers checking account at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Associated Bank, the bank of the Packers since 1919. Your money works here. Member FDIC.
Get the gift of savings Friday through Sunday, in-store only during Fleet Fest at Fleet Farm. Get a $10 gift card when you buy $50 in toys for the kids. Take an extra 20% off all varieties of wild bird food. And save $10 instantly on any $75 purchase for a limited time only with our seasonal savings coupon. Shop in-store this Friday through Sunday for even more Fleet Fest deals at Fleet Farm, where we have everything you need for everyone on your list.
The Saganiac Planning Fantastic Finish. January 3rd, 1998, Marquette at Louisville. I'll try to do it as done by the Marquette play-by-play voice. Free throw, no good. Marquette has it in the backcourt with West. Down 2 with 7. West in the front court. West has Levette. Levette to Wardo. He's open. The three is gone. Gone. He hit it. They won. They won. He hit it. Brian Wardle hit the three. A miracle. Marquette beats Louisville 71-70. Brian Wardle with a game winner. They're shocked. The live version is better. YouTube.com. For insurance made simple, look no further than Delta Dental of Wisconsin and Delta Vision. If you want benefits that encourage regular preventative care, savings when you need more than a checkup, quick service, and access to the largest provider networks, who can you rely on? There's one simple answer. Definitely Delta Dental and Delta Vision. Call Eric Pearson, Saganiac Planning, 262-783-6161. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
Jesse, I'm going to send you this awesome Marco Rivera. He's not choking the guy. He's actually got his fist, and he's pushing.
Throat punching.
Well, it's hitting him in the cheek, and I don't know if did the photographer get it just as he was punching him and connecting, or was he like pushing down on the guy's face with his fist?
He's
Either
pushing
way,
down on his face. That made the Hall of Fame. Matter of fact, that was in the Hall of Fame for a full year.
In the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Yes. Yep.
Wow. So this is a valuable photo that somebody dropped off.
It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it is.
Valuable to me. Could be your. We can put that in instead of your smiling face on the sideline.
Why am I not on here now?
I
don't on the actual
we got on.
What are we doing here?
Let me.
Go 3K.
This is the kind of fun stuff you miss out on if you're not
Why
watching.
Is that so close?
On Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Hey, you're zoomed in. Nice nostril hairs.
What are we doing here, Jess?
So we're still. I would say we're still in our infancy. We've been on video for a while, but we still have some ups and downs with it. Yesterday, Jesse went to Quick Trip to get you your Karuba coffee, which I misspelled in my tweet. That really bothered me.
What are we doing here? Why is this thing so close to me? What is going on, Jesse? There. Okay, now we're back.
Are you good now? Are you good?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I hope so. I hope so.
We're happy to have you on video. You can join us Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and we are starting to use the YouTube comments more. I don't know if we'll have the every 10-minute alarm, but
never again.
Why? I thought that was fun. No,
Jesse's worn out.
Okay, I won't.
No, Jesse got pretty.
I just think it was too frequent.
I won't say never again. Maybe once an hour would be okay. Yeah.
I think we probably do twice. That's 6 times the course of the show. We can do that. Speaking of asking questions, which is what folks did in the comments of the YouTube stream, I asked Matt LaFleur. I didn't like the way it came out, and frankly, I had a tough day yesterday, press conference wise. I like
that you're accountable.
I got beat to the punch about 8 times. You know, I try to not be an interrupter unless it's Taylor Swift singing Last Christmas emanating from my phone. I try not to do that. And so I pause a beat after the answer to make sure that there's not more coming. And others, they jump the routes, and I'm not good at that. I'm more of a zone coverage guy. And so every time I start it, yeah. And I never got it. So this was, I think it was the last question of the press conference. And by then, I don't think Matt's heart was in it anymore. His answer wasn't great. He was kind of like, it looked like it felt like he kind of meandered through his answer. Jesse, would you agree after hearing it?
Yeah, you tried to butter him up a little bit at the start with a callback that it seemed like he wasn't having
Wilde.
much of.
Yeah, that is one of my tools in my toolbox. Yep. Yeah. All right, so here it is. Again, I did not use the term. Are you telling your guys not to take the rat poison? I just don't like saying poison. Don't like it. Not a fan.
Fair.
But
yeah, don't do it then. That's fair.
Well, it didn't. In retrospect, I probably should have. Here's our exchange.
Okay.
I can't believe you punted on the Jim Moore invitation, but you talked officiating for 5 minutes. You talked about what you talked about with the team, with Malik. What was your messaging about staying the course and not getting over your skis? Because somebody asked you last night, how does a young team respond to the success? And you said, we're going to find out. So how did you go about kind of inoculating them to make sure that they're in the right headspace and thinking about something other than the playoff picture?
Well, I think, just going back and thinking about where we were, and it's always about us in that room. And it doesn't matter what, that's why I don't try not to read too much, if anything. It's just whatever Waller sends me. But it's just because you don't want it to affect how you do your job. You gotta keep it about the team and understand that there's going to be challenges. Every week is a new challenge, and you gotta stay focused on what's right in front of you. And as soon as you start feeling yourself and you feel like you've arrived, this league has a way of knocking you off. And bottom line is, we're a 500 football team. We're 6-6 right now, and we clawed out of a tough spot. But every week you got to bring your A game, and so the reason we were able to kind of overcome some of that adversity is because of the effort and the work that we put in to get to where we are now. And so we know the formula, and you got to stay the course. And it all comes down to the work you're putting in, being intentional about what you're doing, and just being disciplined throughout the process. And I do think that this group, I think that we've kind of learned the hard way of what it takes. And there's still many challenges right in front of us. So we got to have we just got to get back to work and have another great week of prep, because it's a new challenge on Monday night in New York.
Ugh. See what I mean?
Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah, it was just
monotone. Like,
told you,
totally done with. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, bad question, worse answer. And you know what? It's on you to get good answers. You know that. You didn't do it.
I own that. I did not. No,
yeah, the whole thing sucked. It's like it's almost as like is it Happy Gilmore or Happy Madison? Billy Madison.
Happy Madison.
I learned, but you know what? I did glean one bit of information from that. It was a bunch of word salad garbage.
Yada,
I don't want to even
yada.
Take that transcript and burn it, but leave this one part in there, because that's the part you should focus on. We're a 500 football team.
Yeah.
That's the messaging he's going to say. Uh-huh. And that slaps you in the face, because it kind of lets you get both sides of it. It tells you haven't done jack. You won a couple of big games, build that confidence, but we're still a 500 football team. We're in the middle of the pack as far as things go. The hard part's going to be everybody is now loving up on you. It doesn't matter which channel you have on. Right. Everybody is. Jordan Love's the guy. He's going to get his new contract. He's great. The Hall of Fame thing. Oh, the Bears fans are doing this. All of it is rat poison, and it's going to be a good test for these guys. And if I'm guessing right now, I think Green Bay will come on and beat them in the second half, but I'm guessing it's going to be a little bit of a sludge.
Really?
I think there will be. It's a night game. I hope that that's not the case, but I think it is going to be a monster mental hurdle for this football team to go into New York on a Monday night game and try and bring that same energy that they had for Kansas City, because the Giants are probably looking at this as their last big hurrah on the season. Tyrod Taylor might be back. I learned that in our drive back.
Yeah.
Whether or not he's going to be available. If he's available, I'm all of a sudden nervous that this team, we might get beat. That's where I'm at. And I hope that that's how that team feels, because there is going to be, today's their off day. I'm sure they're doing a bunch of cool stuff, holiday season, all this stuff. This is the epitome for a 6-6 football team. This is the epitome of what a trap game would look like.
So, from your playing experience, do you remember weeks like this and you could feel it coming, that you guys weren't where you needed to be and that it was going to be a sludge match because you guys either were coming off of a big win or had won a bunch in a row and you were playing an inferior opponent? Like, can coaches or veteran players, which there's not a ton of on this team, feel this sort of thing coming? And then if that's true, then what can you do about it to prevent it from turning into what you're predicting, which I agree with you on?
Yeah, I think there were times, and again, it's tougher on short weeks, but times when we'd go up to the Pontiac Silverdome when it was, when they stunk and we were pretty good, and you just kind of got the hunch, got to just grind through this. Okay. That's kind of sometimes because not every game is going to be Kansas City where you execute at a high level and beat a really good team. There are games that you're going to struggle and sludge around and play a little bit loose. And the good teams find ways to win those games. That's the next step for this team. Now, you've seen where they're at. They have now reset as far as where this team can be by what they've done. Now it's going to be, how are you going to go when you're not going good? Because young teams will sometimes kind of falter And can they dig out of it if it doesn't go well? The good news is the Giants are god-awful. And you can probably sludge around and still find a way to win and not have to be that great. I'd love to see this team just come out and just stomp them. Mm-hmm. And if they can do that, then you see another step in the progression of what this football team is. So I don't think Matt LaFleur is into that messaging part of it yet. I'm sure he left them on their day off with the idea of get some work in, study the film. And the fact that they didn't give them off on Monday, when they have a Monday night game after that big win, it lets you know, messaging-wise to your team, hey, man, we ain't done jack. And that's the little bit that I gleaned from that really poor interaction between probably your worst of the year. Just shooting straight with you. You know that. Nothing personal. Well, Jason,
really
would you say that was your worst? Would you say that was your worst interaction?
I think the circumstances dictated the failure more so than the quality of the question, but I could have definitely done better.
It was 25 minutes in.
It was what? Who?
Long. Okay. Harry.
Truman, he's going for him.
You're not really Trumaning up there.
No, I should have gone.
You're blaming the clock. You're
No.
blaming the late entry into the deal.
We're a young team.
Harry Truman would say, I'm going to be better. Buck stops here.
I want to defend Jason because if the Bengals are watching film today and they only watch the last play in the final 2 minutes of overtime, do you think that's the best effort from the offensive lineman on every play there? Or should you watch something earlier on and like the first quarter you might be giving it a little bit, you're a little more energized.
Jesse, I appreciate you defending me, but I'm putting this on LaFleur. He was sick of it. I shouldn't have even now, I will own the fact that I should have never asked the question. I should have just recognized that the press conference had ended 5 minutes earlier, and then Huber gets in there and he says, you may want to punt on this question, but he asks, don't they have to fix the officiating because it sucks in the NFL? It's basically what Bill said. Bill is very, very, very direct. And he's not wrong. But it was interesting to watch LaFleur, who I think got tired trying to negotiate the curves of, I want to be able to say how that was a terrible call on the hit on Mahomes at the sideline without getting himself fined. I should have just said, you know what, it's not happening today. Let it go. But instead, I wanted to get my quote for my story, so I asked, and he was done. He monotoned his way through. He's like, damn it, Wilde, I'd rather have you play Taylor Swift than have to answer this question. Like, he was done. Because he had been very good the night before. I mean, we were joking with him about the Jim Moore imitation he does and everything else. And that was, I misread the situation. You want me to Truman up? Should have not asked at all.
But you just Trumaned up by blaming LaFleur. That's the opposite of Trumaning up.
That's not Trumaning.
I'm saying I shouldn't have asked the question at all.
No,
That's
you
me.
said I'm putting it on LaFleur.
Well,
you just said I'm blaming LaFleur.
Right. Well, you
so
think
you're not Trumaning up at all.
You think throughout Truman's entire administration, at no point did he say, my Secretary of State screwed up? Never.
Not publicly, he didn't. Publicly, he said Trumaning up. I'm going to buck stop with you.
No.
And I don't know if I've ever heard you buck stops with you.
The buck stops here.
Oh, come on. That's
the
not
buck
fair.
stops with LaFleur. The buck stops with Matt. That's what I'm hearing.
You Jesse Nelson.
The buck stops with Rodgers. The buck stops with Jesse.
Yeah, never stops with Tausch. I never say that, though. Speaking of Tausch, what a great opportunity. I know that this not unlike the Pella windows and doors conversations that we have, where they change every month. This is a debut on our show.
Oh,
are you
very exciting?
Truman over here is curious. You're excited? Are you anxious? Are you nervous? This is big.
I am because
we're big fans of these folks.
This is going to be more ad-libby for an initial than I normally like. But Jesse's got a photo that I asked him to put up on the video screen to announce our new partnership. We could not be more excited. We love Wisconsin brands. I love Wisconsin brands. We've been fortunate to work with a bunch of them. And here we go with Quick Trip. I could not be... What was that? There we go. Look at that. We had Jesse. And by the way, shocking, those Glazers, I didn't have any of them. FYI, I had the coffee that's in that mug. We're up against the G, but we could not be more excited to be working with Quick Trip, and I can't wait to tell you all about it. I'm in there constantly. I get my gas there, coffee, and one of my favorites is the chicken. And Mondays, they have the rotisserie chicken for $6, and you can make meal upon meal with your rotisserie chicken. I love their chicken tenders. I love their buffalo sauce. They're hand-breaded. They're big, juicy chicken tenders. Oh, baby. And this is something I got to get better at now. Ordering ahead in your Quick Rewards app. You can take care of payment ahead of time. Orders can be picked up in-store or brought to your car curbside. I'll get better at that. I'll get better at the reads, but I cannot be more excited about our partnership with Quick Trip and all of the times that we stop there. Now I get to talk about them on a, I think, pretty consistent basis. Don't know how many days a week, but we'll figure that out.
Would you like to Truman up on the delivery of the ending there? I can say this. I love their glazers, as you can tell from the box. One of my favorite things to get there.
A lot of Wilde in them glazers, no doubt about that.
I think there were. I think I had 2 of those. I think there's 2 left, it looks like, in there. So Jesse had 2, I had 2, and there's 2 left. I think.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because the thumb is back in the picture again.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
Yeah. Right there on the left side. Yeah, thumb is in there.
Yeah.
Well, I was so focused on the background that I didn't. The good news is I didn't notice. Well, well done. We're excited to have Quick Trip on board. I love how they say, we'll see you next time. Every time you check out, we will talk about them next time, too. And we look forward to that as well. But we're happy to have them on board. And Tausch is right. We're really, really fortunate that we have so many great Wisconsin brands that support this show, and we will never, ever, ever take that for granted. I'm still not taking the blame for that lame answer, but we're going to change gears, and we're going to listen to some other, more exciting conversations. We're going to play a little Did You Hear This? All of the shows across ESPN Wisconsin react to the Packers beating the Chiefs. We'll play that next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcasts for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Do you check your savings account and wonder if you're even saving at all? At Town Bank, we view banking differently and actually want to see your savings grow. With our amazing new CD rates, you can now earn even more, so you can sit back and relax. Stop banking the same way, expecting different results, and start earning more. Go to townbank.us/locknewrates or visit a Town Bank branch nearest you today. Bank differently with Town Bank. Member FDIC.
And ESPN Radio Extra Point with Freddie Coleman.
Florida State can moan and groan all they want, and I understand it. I know if my team was left out of college football playoff, I wouldn't like it either. But if anybody has a better case to be upset, it's those dudes who are number 1 and number 2 according to the committee all year long when it comes to Georgia. And if that team's in the playoff, they would have stood a much better chance than Florida State because last time I checked, they're pretty intact. The injuries that they have, they got 5-star guys replacing them. Jordan Travis means that much to Florida State. With him not being there, the committee said, man, that team's going to get boat raced along the lines of maybe TCU, what happened to them versus Georgia national championship game. If anybody has a more of a chance to be upset, it's a team that was number 1 and number 2 all year long. And you're trying to tell me that all of a sudden Michigan, Washington, Texas, and Alabama are better than Georgia to be more in the playoff. If anybody has a better case to be upset, in my opinion, it's those dogs from Georgia more than those Knowles from Florida State.
Pro Paint Days are back for MVP's Pro Rewards members at Lowe's. Now through December 15th, you can earn 10% back in paint rewards via Lowe's e-gift card when you spend $100 or more on qualifying paint purchases. Plus, save $10 on a new and exclusive 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Drywall PVA Primer and Sealer. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid 12/4 through 12/15. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/L/pro loyalty terms. Subject to change.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I want payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Captain Marvel has returned.
So what are we looking at?
There's a different reality leading into ours.
And a new era arrives.
You come up, protect your people.
You're forgetting something. I'm invincible.
Experience the moment everyone is talking about.
She tore a hole in space.
I'm asking for one last fight.
I'm ready.
Now! The Marvels, rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere now. AB inappropriate for children under 13.
Hear that? It's the sound of a winning December at Potawatomi. Play with your club card December 7th, 14th, and 21st. The more you play, the bigger your share of $400,000 in reindeer rewards. And like a classic Midwest winter, the wins can really pile up. Dash to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for your reindeer rewards. $400,000 worth. Learn more at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
With back-to-back wins over the first-place Lions and first-place Chiefs, the Packers are now an even 6-6 on the year. They moved into the 7th and final spot in the NFC playoff picture thanks to tiebreakers over the Rams and Seahawks. But our head coach Matt LaFleur and his team thinking postseason right now?
It's one game. Now we have another primetime game on a Monday night, and the guys got to understand, you start winning some games and people start gunning for you now.
The Packers go for a 4th straight win Monday night when they visit the 4-8 New York Giants. Kickoff from MetLife Stadium is set for 7:15.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
At one point, there was some debate, even though someone on the panel said that Jordan Love was playing awesome.
He was.
I was critiqued for saying that I saw glimpses of brilliance. And then when things started to go well, I was like, I still think they've got some clunkers, and let's not get too over our skis, which, by the way, lost in the critique of that question and lame-o answer from Matt LaFleur was the fact that I did get over your skis into the question. But that's fine. Me, Truman. The Truman Show. But
well, I've always been told by you, it's never about the question. It's about the answer.
It's about the answer, and the answer stunk.
You got a crappy answer, so own it.
Yeah.
Move on. It's okay to say, I stunk. You ask your players to say, I didn't play very well. Jason, how did you ask your question yesterday? I wasn't very good yesterday. It's okay.
That was literally the phrase I said to start the whole conversation.
But then you backtracked and put it on LaFleur.
I'm putting it on LaFleur.
I did say that, and I'm standing by that part of it, but I could have been better. All right, anyway. I'm not doing this anymore.
Which part?
The tamping down expectations.
Oh,
good one.
Wow.
Good one. I can't. Right? Like, you beat the Lions and the Chiefs back-to-back. I can't anymore. I can't. Oh, hey, hold on. Let the playoff talk. Just, no, can't do it anymore. Still think there's a clunker left in this last 5 games.
Come on in. I told you the pool was warm. Jump on in. It's fun over here. We got
I'm going to just dangle my
and
feet still.
Little ducks. No. Well, if you're no, you just said you're not tamping down expectations. Get your butt in the pool.
I don't have my.
You don't dip.
All right.
Now it's time.
I don't have my swim shirt.
Put your
with me.
swim shirt on and jump on in.
Time to play a little Did You Hear of This?
Consider it the radio version of a conversation at the water cooler. It's time for Did You Hear This on Wilde and Tausch.
A lot of people had things to say yesterday following the Packers' win over the Chiefs. Let's start more on the negative end.
Oh, boy.
Greeny nationally. Of course, a lot of the outrage from the game was about the officiating.
Oh, was Evan hosting for him, or who was hosting for him?
No, Greeny was back. He had COVID last week, Tausch.
He was not.
He wasn't on vacation in the Bahamas. He couldn't talk.
Or Fort Myers.
I'd like to check the tape. Okay, continue.
Here's what Greeny had to say about officiating in the NFL following the Packers win over the Chiefs.
Football is an almost impossible sport to officiate correctly, much less adequately. But this is why we have instant replay. I've been saying this on the air for 15 years. Instant replay has been bastardized. It's been made into something it should never have been. It shouldn't be slowing up the game as much as it is. It should be in place only to correct egregiously wrong decisions made by the officials on the field. And those can come on any play, they can come in any circumstance, and they can come in quote-unquote non-reviewable situations, which never made sense to me. Non-reviewable situations should be an oxymoron.
Tausch, you love a good suggestion to improve the game.
Yeah, this is such a stupid take by Greeny. He should go on vacation again. Because egregious doesn't mean egregious. Like, what is egregious? So I've said this after the most egregious is the New Orleans Saints being robbed.
Pass interference.
They were robbed. That was egregious. We can all agree. But what you don't get, and they tried this, you don't get a flag and you review it, it's literally impossible to say, oh, okay, we'll do that. Because here's what's going to happen. And it's already to the point from a fan standpoint where every time something, and it used to just be on kickoffs. Kickoff return for a tutter, oh boy, is there a flag? And the worst part about being a fan is sitting there saying, oh, is there a flag? Live in the moment. Go and watch when Keyshawn Nixon makes a great play. And then Andy Reid's like, well, old boy was lined up in the neutral zone. I'm going to challenge that. Hopefully they were. And if they weren't, it is going to set such a bad precedent. Now, I am all on board with the actual calls, whether it's stepping out of bounds, catching with 2 feet, all of those things that you can actually tangibly say. When you start doing judgment calls, you literally, every time there's a big play, I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm going to say, yeah, check left guard at his hands outside the frame. That's holding. Or on the flip side of it, oh, well, there's pass interference on that play. And what are you going to do? Give one challenge? So if you use your challenge, you can't challenge the MVS pass interference? Or is it just going to be turning it into, we want every play reviewed? It's such a horrible, we have so many babies because Kansas City lost. Everybody's up in arms. Get over it. It was a bad call. It could have been called. Mahomes' was called, and that was a bad call. That actually could be reviewed. I'm not opposed to, I don't want every late hit reviewed because the quarterback's helmet gets hit pretty much every play. I can remember when T.J. Watt drilled Rodgers, they should have called it. They didn't because it was T.J. Watt. Those are the realities. You want to ruin the fan experience? Do what Greeny just put in. Implement that. And you know who would be the first person complaining about it? When the Jets get a call that goes against them?
Evan Cohen filling in for Greeny.
Yeah.
I actually would argue that I think they have improved the replay system tremendously. I think after further discussion...
On judgment calls?
No, I'm my turn now. I would say that they have improved it with the whole sky judge without a sky judge. You were the one who called for that years ago. You were 1,000% right.
I'm on board with that.
So that has been improved. The problem is, I agree with you that on judgment calls, what the hell are you going to do? Because we saw them try to do this with the egregious, right? Egregious was the word that kept the Saints out of the Super Bowl and sent the Rams there. And so we tried to do judgment calls, and it didn't work. It was an abject. It was so bad that the NFL basically told them that we're not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
In the season. Like they didn't they changed the rule without changing it.
Perfect. It's all fixed though now. Yep. It's all good.
I understand what Greeny is going for here. I think there were 2 instances of egregious missed calls or wrong calls, almost back-to-back, because I don't think that the hit that Jonathan Owens put on Patrick Mahomes should have been a penalty.
No, it wasn't a penalty. I agree.
But it was a penalty.
Yeah.
And Matt LaFleur made a great
Rashawn
point.
Gary got called. Rashawn Gary drew a holding penalty. That wasn't a hold.
Agree. But Matt LaFleur made a great point yesterday by saying that their own quarterback, I remember this because I was helicoptering about it, pretended like he was going to go out of bounds, and then he scooted up the sideline for like 20 more yards against the Saints. So if you got to hit him. He's in bounds. On the flip side, so the Packers have that go against them, and the pass interference was definitely missed. Should have been called. But Greeny did something there that you don't do. He complained about something without giving a solution of any sort. Like, it is untenable to review all this stuff. He actually complained about it slowing down the game so badly, and then basically said, hey, all these we got to be on the lookout for all these things that could go wrong. Doesn't work that way. I think that they're doing the best they can, but if you want to legislate all of the judgment calls, that is a Pandora's box. You've already opened up once, and now you slammed it shut again.
Failed.
So you don't want to open it again, even if it happened on Sunday Night Football and the Chiefs lost because of it. All right, let's do this. We'll play
First off, that argument with the Chiefs losing, it's the same straw man about Dez not catching it. You're still down 8.
Yeah,
you got to get a touchdown. You got to go down and score.
Yep.
It's just why everybody is so in love with the Kansas City Chiefs. Great. You got Florio because he hates the Packers. Fine, I don't care. Say whatever you want, but you're not bringing any solutions to the table. Judgment calls. There is nothing about a judgment. Judgment calls are get better reffing.
Right. Hire
Get some old players like Old T. I'm ready to go. I will be an official in the NFL if called upon. I'll do it. And I'll be great.
No one's.
And I'm going to promise you one thing. Old T ain't throwing many flags. I can guarantee you that. Players play. Refs should be secondary in this business. And they're not.
Players play round 2 of Did You Hear This? Next, it's Wilde and Tausch.
This.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Whether it's live or in podcast form, you've heard us on air with all of our shenanigans.
Gabe, I'm throwing some. Why are you throwing? I don't want.
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video.
By me, by the way. I hit that microphone like 4 out of 6 times on that.
Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss and see original digital content too. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Hi everyone, John Miller here from PDS, a Converge company. PDS has been providing technology solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. Today, we are helping organizations integrate digital workplace strategies that are giving today's worker the true ability to work from anywhere as they balance work and life both securely and productively. And as HP's largest partner in the area, our combined solutions have never been more important. If you're struggling with this, know we stand ready to help. From ideation to transformation, we can help you evolve your work from anywhere strategy. Learn more at pdsit.net.
Ho, ho, ho! I need a window.
Baby, it's cold outside.
So where do I go?
Come on, Santa. Go to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Put no money down, no payment, and no interest for up to 18 months.
Pella now, pay later.
That's right, Santa. Plus, our elves install year-round and in as little as 1 day. Offer ends December 31st. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See show for details.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at Bartolotta's.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
So I have been in the operating room most of my career, watching people have orthopedic surgery, watching people get knees replaced, hips replaced, shoulders fixed, and I knew there had to be a better way.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain relief.
I see so many people who could have been helped before they got to the operating room if only they had known about regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics, a natural alternative that uses your body's own healing properties to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, providing long-lasting relief without drugs, surgery, or downtime.
Well, it feels great when I do get to see somebody who we help, who I know I kept out of the operating room. It's amazing how we change people's lives without surgery.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
Brighten up your home, workplace, or event with flowers and trust Welke's Milwaukee Florist to be your local florist. Welke's is family owned and has delivered beauty for customers and businesses for well over 100 years. Join Welke's Flower subscription so your home is always fresh, or discover the benefits of creating a corporate account and leave the work to them. Welke's Milwaukee Florist has locations in Elm Grove and at 56th and North in Milwaukee. Go to Welkes.com, that's WELKES.com for more info and to place an order.
Every child deserves a safe, loving, and permanent home. Help the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption find families for children who've lingered in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
From a seat in the stands to the best seat on the couch, Tito's Handmade Vodka is there on game day for every fan. Find cocktail recipes at titosvodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Merry Christmas, happy holiday. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, happy holiday.
Jesse, tell me that part 2 of Did You Hear This does not include anything from Greeny or about refereeing and the replay system.
It does not, no.
By the way, Jason, can you explain to Jesse what filibustering is? He's telling me I'm filibustering that last point. I didn't filibuster. I made my point. It wasn't me filibustering.
Matt LaFleur, in that terrible answer to that not so terrible question, did some filibustering.
Are you trying to say it was a good question now?
No, I'm not. I was making a joke. Would you please just stop interrupting me? It was a terrible question and a terrible answer, and we both should take some ownership of it, not just me alone. But he meandered through, and it was like he was eating up time till he got to what he wanted to say, and then he ended up using a line that he'd used the night before about we're a 500 football team, so it was a waste of time. And it's all my fault and Matt's. But filibustering is taking up a bunch of time that you're not really saying anything. And Tausch did not do that. He was definitely not just talking to talk.
Yeah,
now,
Jesse.
If I may, can we get to the other pieces of Did You Hear
let's
This?
Go.
Consider it the radio version of a conversation at the water cooler. It's time for Did You Hear This on Wilde and Tausch.
All right, Tausch, no gerrymandering while we go through these next two. Kyle Wallace.
I don't think you fully understand.
He doesn't know what that word means either.
I took an AP Government and Politics course, though, at Muskego High School. Kyle Wallace. Yesterday on Kyle, Brust, and Nortman. Weekday afternoons on ESPN Wisconsin. Get ready for this one. Jason, you said you're not going to temper expectations anymore. Here you go.
I declare the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC North. It's not even a question for me, Ben. They are the best football team in the NFC North. Now, I understand because of the way that the season started, the Packers started off rocky, they may not win the NFC North. But what did we learn last year? Going into this season, we knew last year at the end of the season is that the Detroit Lions were probably if not the best team. We know the Vikings might have had a better record. It was the Detroit Lions that you expected to probably be the best team in the NFC North this year, despite not winning the NFC North last year. When you look at the Green Bay Packers, they are one of the hottest teams in football right now. This team started 2-5. They're a complete mess. And since then, they have truly rebounded and found themselves. They are right now turning a corner, and they are clicking on all cylinders.
Jason, best team in the NFC North?
Kyle's entitled to his opinion. But I will say this, after what happened on Thanksgiving, it's hard to tell him he's wrong. Like, the season has ebbs and flows.
Wow.
And the way the Packers are playing right now, it's hard to tell him that he's wrong. Now, the question is, can they sustain it? And if they get to the playoffs and Tausch is right and they end up as the 6th seed, who do you believe wins a playoff game at Ford Field? The Lions or the Packers? I think it's probably a toss-up in my mind. Hey, look at that. We're on the same page there. You had to be on the video to see Tausch flipping a coin without the coin. So I'm not going to temper his expectations. I'm not going to tell him that he's definitely wrong. Now,
you jumping in the pool? Jump in the pool?
I don't like swimming, but I will. I'm in the pool area.
It's not an ocean.
I'm in the pool area,
Jason,
and dangling my feet in.
Really, a kiddie pool.
Tausch, are you telling him he's wrong?
You jump in the hot tub? Well, you jump in the hot tub or no?
I'm not a hot tub guy.
Too many germs, right?
Well, you would think the hot temperature would take care of those, but I don't think that's true.
That's the whole point of the hot temperature. I think it's a toss-up with the Detroit Lions. They're going to win the division, in my opinion, because they got the big lead. But right now, Green Bay's a better football team than the Detroit Lions. Right now. We'll see if that continues, but you look at the NFL in a week-to-week basis. That's how I do it. You can say I'm wrong. I project. I'll make predictions, unlike some on this panel. And I predict that you're going to see that matchup. And I cannot wait to have to go to Peacock and watch that as a Peacock game and a playoff. That's what's going to end up happening. Saturday night, Peacock it up in Detroit, and Jesse and his buddies are going to make the trip over. That's what I envision happening.
Did you hear this?
No chance.
No chance of that happening, or no chance of us going to the game?
Peacock is going to end up getting whoever the Jaguars host in the first round. That's just how they're going to get the last pick.
The rate they're going, they're not going to be hosting anybody.
Packers Lions would be maybe the first pick of all the wild card weekend games, the way this is playing out. There's no way they end up on Peacock.
Next, before we go.
Yep, Leroy Butler, Packers and NFL Hall of Famer, appearing on Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio yesterday. Tausch, grade the analogy in the commentary on the Packers from Leroy Butler.
People say, what are the odds of them having Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and who is this? Oh, he didn't even go to a Power 5 school. He didn't put up gaudy numbers. They drafted him. He's been sitting there marinating, just sitting there waiting to get put in the oven. Now he's out of the oven. He's no longer an appetizer. He's an entree.
Jordan Love, no longer an appetizer. He's an entree, according to Leroy Butler. Tausch, your assessment?
It's okay. I don't know. I mean, if you're a quarterback, you're always going to be an entree. It's just a matter of what kind of entree. I think you get slow cook, how you go about cooking, and where you're at. And obviously, Jordan Love is cooking in a big way right now. So I actually liked his other quote better about the band, where it was.
That's what I was expecting.
It's not a one-man band.
We're going to get to that.
So this,
I wanted to get to that later when Evan joins us in the week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put this on Jesse as a failure as far as which quote he put up, but the analogy's fine. Not my, it wouldn't be what I would consider an all-time great, but it's not horrific like I've heard from other people.
What kind of entree is Zach Wilson?
I don't know.
Every quarterback's an entree. What kind of entree is he?
What's an entree that has been used up? It'd be one of those Hungry Man meals that is over microwaved and you got to throw out. That's what Zach Wilson would do.
Interesting.
Or
like one of those
you could say
Salisbury
he's like
steaks that nobody eats anymore.
He's like a undercooked. He might be raw poultry. He might be raw poultry.
Salmonella.
He might be.
At quarterback, Manila. All right. Wash down that uncooked poultry with a Coors Light, would you please?
No, I'm going to celebrate when I drink Coors Light, and it's brewed with a 3-step cold process, cold lager, cold filtered, and it is cold packaged, so it's made to chill the mountains on Coors Light's cold activated bottles and cans. They turn blue. That's when you know it is chilled to perfection. That's why it is Coors Light in my hand when I need a moment to chill. Celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
10 o'clock hour starts next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
If you can't get a good night's sleep, let me ask you, are you breathing well? Because if you're snoring or waking up each night with a stuffed up nose, or frustrated with your CPAP mask, the root of your sleep problem lies in your breathing triangle. And if any one of those passages isn't working, you won't sleep well. And there's no mattress, pill, or other gimmick that can fix that. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula. A recipe for a good night's sleep starts with an open airway. Now, there are devices that can help solve snoring or sleep apnea problems. If you walk into a sleep center, know you'll walk out with a CPAP. And you might find other options elsewhere. But the simple truth is, if your nose doesn't work properly, no device will help. Only at Advent will you find every effective snoring and sleep apnea solution, along with a world-class team that can get your nose working properly again.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
Cousin Subs is here to rescue you from the winter blues with the hero of all Euros. Their mouthwatering Euro is back and features Euro meat, Wisconsin feta cheese, fresh cucumbers, onions, tomatoes, and Greek yogurt tzatziki sauce on their freshly baked Italian bread. So warm up your taste buds today and enjoy a Euro done better the Cousin Subs way. Order online at cousinsubs.com for pickup or delivery. Available for a limited time only. Cousin Subs, they believe in better.
Tune in to KBN every day at 2 o'clock. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The 10 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch. I love this song. Doesn't it just make you happy?
Good tune. It's a good tune.
I found out Becca doesn't like Charlie Brown.
Is that a divorceable offense?
No, I mean, I don't really like Charlie Brown either.
Jeez. That got that escalated.
Never got
That
it.
really got out of hand.
Like Snoopy. It seemed kind of slow to me.
It's a different era. Got to admit that. You're a young fella. You're more of an iCarly guy. All right, so you said you were driving back together. I still think Tausch sat in the back seat and doesn't want to admit that he Ubered with you.
You don't think Jesse would tell you if I did?
Would have more leg room in the back seat, I think.
Move that seat all the way up. You got 5 stars as an Uber driver, in part because you helped Tausch log in and vote for the Heisman.
After an hour.
But it did take a while. 3 U-turns later, and I finally got that vote done.
And so there are 4 finalists two of whom Tausch may or may not have voted for. Am I being cautious enough to keep you out of trouble?
I think you can, if you're prize picking that, you could say more.
The finalists are Jaden Daniels of LSU, Maserati Marv, which is, I'm assuming, how Tausch put him on his ballot, Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver from Ohio State, Bo Nix, the Oregon Ducks quarterback, and Michael Penix Jr., the former Indiana quarterback, who is Washington's quarterback, whose team beat Bo Nix and the Ducks in the final Pac-12 championship game. Jesse, did you influence Tausch's ballot in any way?
You know how that answer's going to go. Tausch doesn't get influenced by anybody. Old T's going to do Old T's thing.
But if you give me good information, I'll listen.
I would say this in regards to the finalists of the Heisman Trophy. There appears to be one significant player that I would say is missing from the field. And it would be the player that the NCAA's College Football Playoff Selection Committee has deemed to be the most important player in college football. And that would be Florida State's quarterback, Jordan Travis.
So, why do you say that, Jesse? Why do you say that the College Football Playoff Committee has deemed him to be the MVP or the deserving Heisman Trophy winner?
Oh, because Florida State is a top 3 team in the country. If he's healthy, they go undefeated. They win their conference convincingly in every single game. They have signature wins over LSU to start the season at a neutral site and Florida in a rivalry game to end the year. And they take care of all their business. Everybody's healthy. They are no doubt looked at as one of the 4 best teams in the country if Jordan Travis is healthy. Jordan Travis gets injured, and the committee watches 2 games and says, that team isn't good enough anymore. He is the difference in a team that could win a national championship and has been selected to not win a national championship. To me, there's no stronger argument for a player to be a Heisman candidate or a Heisman winner than Jordan Travis and what Florida State is going through right now.
Tausch is doing the Alonzo Mourning meme again. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. Tausch, do you agree with this assessment? Because I feel like we've joked about this before. Like the year that Peyton Manning missed the entire season with his neck injury. I think it was Evan Cohen that was on with us that a couple weeks ago that referenced this. Like, you could argue he was the MVP because look how terrible they were without him, right? That's not how it works. Yeah, but in this instance, I think this is applicable. I think you guys, at least Jesse, is right.
So, I can't reveal my ballot until Monday, but I'll say this. Jesse brings up a really good point. Like a point.
And you never say that, so it's probably actually your point.
That is a strong of a point because what college football did on Sunday is a complete and utter travesty to the Florida State program. Do you think for a second if the Clemson Tigers went 13-0 and won the ACC with Dabo Swinney, and even if they were on their backup quarterback, that they wouldn't be in the college football playoff? The answer is no, they would be. Or there would be riots in, I don't know where Clemson is. It's somewhere in South Carolina.
It's literally Clemson.
It's in
South
Clemson.
I don't think, is there a city called Clemson? I don't think that's where they play. You can fact check that. It's not Clemson, South Carolina.
I think you need to fact check it. Yeah.
No, you guys called me out on it, so fact check it, boys. Thank you. This was when you're
Clemson is a city in Pickens and Anderson counties in the U.S. state of South Carolina. Clemson is the home to Clemson University.
Okay, great.
You may
I thought
continue.
It was Spartanburg. I thought it was Spartanburg.
Spartanburg?
Okay, I was wrong. Yeah, that's where I thought
that's where Michigan State plays.
Nah.
No, not bad.
That's Spartanville. That's Spartanville. So you as a coach and as someone that loves sports, you're always taught that it's about the team. And For our Super Bowl team, we had 15 guys on IR. They ended up going out, winning a championship. It was, the power of team and everything else. So when you're in this position and you go about, you lay out the protocol, this isn't a case where this was a small school that ran the table.
No.
This team played 2 SEC teams.
This isn't Liberty.
And they won. They won every game. And they won their conference championship. And you leave them out. And by the way, had Georgia done what they were supposed to do and win, Florida State is in and Texas isn't. They went around and had to, because Texas beat Alabama, they had to jump Texas over Florida State, which was not there the week before, and move them ahead to sneak Alabama in. It is a rigged, crooked system that just occurred. Period. End of story. And for anyone to argue different, you're just kidding yourselves. Now, if you want to say, well, Alabama's going to be a better team, and I think Alabama's going to end up winning the national championship. So did they get it right about who's going to end up winning it? Probably. But then what the hell are we even playing games for? Had Wisconsin, I'm going to tell you this, had Wisconsin went 13-0 and Alabama jumped them the day before, I would say we should, I don't want to go too strong. I'm not saying that we
don't
should
say
revolt.
it. Don't say it.
I'm not going to say that. But what happened here is an utter travesty. And if for Paul Feinbaum and for Heather Dinich to come on and basically say the things that the committee was pushing, you really think that if you believe Alabama's the best team, and by the way, Alabama would beat Florida State. I'm not arguing that. But why are we playing games? And then don't sell me on a great non-conference game in September anymore, Paul. Don't do it because it's useless. So all of this, if you're Florida State, you have every right to be livid beyond belief because you earned it and they stripped it from you.
All right.
I don't know if I could be more clear.
You are being clear. So here's my question for you, kind sir. You didn't love the expansion of the playoff field, right?
Can I give you? No, I did not. I understood it, and it's money. But I also think, and this is, I'm jumping ahead, and I know you don't like predicting.
You can do this to your heart's content.
This again, if they had to do the 4-team again next year, they would not have done what they did. But this is actually a great selling point for them to say, yep, this is why we needed 12.
I guess that's the point I was going to make, is that in the 12-team system, they don't get screwed by this. Do the lights just go out at your house?
They kind of do, because you don't get a bye. So they kind of do screw you still.
Well, not nearly as
Jason,
bad as not being in it.
So the great question to ask the committee would have been, had it been a 12-team committee, and they'd lie to you and say that they'd do it the same, Florida State would have been one of the top 4. Had 12 teams gotten in.
Mm-hmm.
They were never going to let an SEC team with one loss not play. And by the way, Alabama almost lost to Auburn. This isn't the juggernaut Alabama of old. So it should leave all of us with a bad taste in our mouth. And the fact that we have so many people changing the rules of what actually is, you really have taken away what sports is all about, which is who actually wins on the field. This does the opposite of that, and it's an awful darn shame that they did it.
I totally agree.
My club?
I'm totally in that club, but I was also in the this is eliminated by having 12 teams club, and I was glad that they expanded. Barry Alvarez and I were on the same page. We were expanding the playoff. You were pushing back on Barry and I, if I recall
correctly.
Barry
was a 2-person guy for a long time, and then he was fine with just 2 for a long time.
Yeah, it was great to have him on my team, though. That time we argued that. There's no arguing about Kohler Services, but before you tell us about Kohler Services, Jesse did not pull a winner last week. If you remember right, he was caught by surprise.
Yeah.
And I called for him to pick last week's winner, And he said, "Oh, I left the Fry helmet in the wrong room or something ridiculous."
The eruptions got to me. That was where it really got to me last week. Yeah. So we got to draw a winner. Can everybody see the helmet? So I'm not cheating. All the accusations that always get thrown around here. There we go. Congratulations to number 1, which is Glenn in Wauwatosa. All the way back from last Monday. Nice win, Glenn.
No recollection of that whatsoever at this point.
Are you going to send that prize pack down to Ted's in Tosa so Homer can autograph whatever we send him?
They can go celebrate the victory there, no doubt.
All right, so now that we have our winner, now we're going to play trivia. Jesse, what's today's category and what caller would you like?
Badgers Trivia Tuesday. Florida State was 5th. Jordan Travis should have been the 5th Heisman finalist. Let's do caller 5.
Caller 5, 844-770-3776, 844-770-3776. Sydney Wilde, who's listening to the show in Milwaukee, you're not eligible to play, so don't call. Tausch, tell us a little bit about Kohler Services and the great folks over there on Doug's team.
Or if you're thinking about updating your bath or shower, man, do we have the team for you. That's the team over at Kohler Services. You can turn to Kohler Services for end-to-end bath and shower remodeling, where Kohler design consultants and installers do all of the work for you. Family-owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. You can start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Just visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. Again, go to KohlerServicesWI.com.
Caller 5 right now, 844-770-3776. Sydney, if we take callers on a topic later in the show, you're welcome to call in, but not for trivia. We'll play trivia next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Untethered, unfiltered, and unbothered.
I walk out this cold water into this cold snow that also has this cold air. All right? My dang pee-pee may turn to a popsicle.
Kyle Bruston Nortman, KBN, presented by Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL.
I want to stop. They're listening upstairs.
Weekdays from 2 to 5, right here on 94.5 ESPN. And subscribe to the show on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tausch here for my friends at Kohler Services. Are you thinking about updating your bath or shower? Well, turn to Kohler Services for end-to-end bath and shower remodeling, where Kohler design consultants and installers do the work for you. Family-owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. Start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Hi, this is Wayne Larrabee, the voice of Green Bay football. You know, fans count on me to make the right call every time, and I can continue to do that thanks to Summit Eye Care of Wisconsin. When my vision began to drift, my eye doctor said Summit Eye Care was the best place to go. Using the latest adjustable implants, the doctors at Summit were able to fine-tune my vision. In fact, my vision is now the best it's ever been. Summit Eye Care was the right call to help me see all the action on game days.
To schedule an appointment at one of their locations, visit summitiwi.com.
Prize Picks, the most fun I've had, winning up to 25x on my money during the football season, and now I get to play during the basketball season as well. You get to select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and you just place an entry. Pretty simple. And now you get to pick combo projections across football and basketball from the Specials League, a league created specifically for combo projections that includes 2 or more players from different sports or leagues. So for me, I'm going to go Jordan Love, and then I'll go Giannis and Dalla Dame. If I want to go 3-pointers made, rushing touchdowns, can do it. Prize Picks is that simple to play. Testing my skills on Prize Picks this season is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app.
Go to prizepicks.com/WI and use code WI for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/WI, code WI.
For over 4 decades, one name has stood out as a symbol of excellence in automotive sales and service.
It's the Boucher Automotive Group, dedicated to providing exceptional experiences to all of our valued customers.
We will help you find the perfect vehicle within your budget while respecting your time.
With 20 convenient locations, we're the one-stop destination for all your automotive needs.
At Boucher, we're your trusted partner on every mile of your journey.
Riding with you every mile since 1977.
The Boucher Group has exciting news to share with you.
We've expanded to better serve our community.
Introducing Nissan Lake Country, the newest addition to our family.
Step into our showroom and discover our exceptional selection of brand new Nissans.
We're also stocked with the best pre-owned options in the market.
And as we expand, we're not just growing our inventory, we're also growing our team.
So join a team that values your skills and celebrates your success.
Visit us online or in-store today and view our current job listings at bouchercareers.com.
Hey, it's ESPN Wisconsin's Ben Brust. For most men, there's nothing we want more than to stay young, fit, and active, which is why our New Year's resolutions usually include some form of getting in shape. The experts at Forward Healthy Lifestyles in Germantown are here to help you reach those goals. Testosterone optimization helps with muscle mass and tone, as well as weight management and having the energy and endurance to get in the gym. Forward Healthy Lifestyles also offers weight loss programs like semaglutide to help combat those endless holiday temptations. Visit forwardhealthylifestyles.com for a free consultation.
From a seat in the stands to the best seat on the couch, Tito's Handmade Vodka is there on game day for every fan. Find cocktail recipes at titosvodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Comes this time each year. Well, way up north where the air gets cold, there's a tale about Christmas that you've all been told. And
let's play a little trivia to welcome in our contestant. He's definitely not a first-timer. It is Eric in Fall River. Eric, good morning. How are you today?
Not too bad, Jason. Yourself?
I am very good. Thank you for asking. All right, the category is Badgers Trivia Tuesday as we get ready for the Badgers Outsider to join us. And I have question 1, and it is this. Wisconsin women's basketball games this Sunday is sold out at the Kohl Center. With which superstar opponent coming to Madison to face the Badgers? Is it Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes, Paige Buchers and the Yukon Huskies, or Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks?
I will take A, Caitlin Clark, because my 12-0 Fall River Pirate girls basketball team will be heading to watch Caitlin Clark.
Nice. I did edit that. I did not want to go Big Linda there.
Why? Good, because I might have taken it.
I was afraid you might fall for that.
You didn't want
yes,
the callback
exactly.
to Big Linda?
We're all kind of bigger on this show. I was just trying to be considerate.
Frustrating.
All right, Tausch, you got question 2.
Well, Big Linda would be Fortria eligible. Let's just make sure that. Prior to being named the ReliaQuest Bowl, what was the name of the Tampa-based bowl game the Badgers are playing in this year? Is it the Citrus Bowl, the Champs Sports Bowl, or the Outback Bowl?
Ooh. Tampa, you think Citrus, but I thought that was a bigger one. I'm going to take the Champs Bowl.
Crikey.
I'm sorry, what?
I said crikey.
Why?
It's Australian. I was speaking Aussie, mate.
Sounded a lot like a pirate.
I struggle with that pirate now.
Do that when you need to do a pirate next time.
On that.
When you need to do a pirate, do Australian.
No blank. All right, Jesse. So what was the?
It was the Outback Bowl, just to put a bow on it.
Yeah.
It was the Outback
Bowl. We figured that out from your Aussie accent there. That was excellent.
Well, Did you?
I did, which was previously known as the Hall of Fame Bowl. Before that, I believe, when I covered it. And Terrell Fletcher had a huge game. Jesse, what is the Champs Bowl? Because they were both in Tampa, weren't they?
No, the Champs Sports Bowl is the one in Orlando that takes place before it's like within 3 days of each other. I believe the Champs Sports Bowl has become the Pop-Tarts Bowl. I think that's that one. Mm-hmm. That one's had a few name changes over the years.
All right, well, let's bounce back on question number 3, Eric, and that one would be this. Which of these is not one of the Big Ten teams remaining in Wisconsin's region of the NCAA Women's Volleyball Tournament? Is it Purdue that's not in their region, Ohio State that's not in their region, or Penn State that's not in their region?
I'm going to go with Ohio State.
You would be correct. So, Jesse, what are the matchups to get out of the Sweet 16 and into the Final Four? I believe if they both win on
Penn
Thursday,
first.
If they both win on Thursday, it'll be.
First.
I'm sorry.
We play Penn State first, and then Purdue second. Nobody, Jesse. Nobody covers Wisconsin's volleyball team like Wilde and Tausch. Nobody.
Could you give us a Sweet 16 preview in an Australian accent for Wisconsin and
I
Penn
cannot
State?
do it in an Australian accent, but I'll say this. I think Wisconsin got, I don't want to use the S word, but we got put in a really tough spot. We're playing two of the better teams in the Big Ten. The Big Ten is the GOAT conference in volleyball. And the fact that we have to play Penn State and Purdue potentially, where Nebraska's coasting along playing Lord knows who. Yeah.
And Oregon's in our region.
That's what I was about to say. If they both win on Thursday, it could be Oregon-Wisconsin for a trip to the Final Four.
That's also a Big Ten matchup next year.
It would be, indeed. All right. Eric, well done. You got 2 out of 3.
Can I give Tausch a quick pirate joke?
Yes, of course you can.
What did the pirate say on his 80th birthday?
Ahoy, matey! What is it?
I'm 80.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
Yar, I'm 80. You get it?
There we go. go.
Because he'd be 80 years old.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm 80. Not I'm 80.
Either way you want to say it, it sounds right.
Except for when Tausch tells that same joke, because then it doesn't sound anything like it.
I said ahoy matey. Ahoy matey.
Yar, that'd be not the right way.
Ahoy matey. You've got the little Irish accent.
That's how they say it in Australia. Yar.
Put it in your toolbox, Tausch, and don't mess it up.
Eric, thanks for playing, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thank you, fellas. Happy holidays.
That is trivia.
Hey, boys, just wait a second. Now that old boy threw it out there, I got one. I'm double dipping. I got this. This is a rare double dip pirate trivia. A pirate went to the doctor and said, I have a moles on my back. And the doctor said, it's okay, they're benign. And the pirate replied, I count again. I think there be a 10. Pretty good, huh, boys? Pretty good.
Yar, that'd be a good vampire joke.
That's a pirate joke. What are you talking about?
But a vampire be telling it.
There are days where I just think, what are we doing here?
Yar.
The Badgers outsider swabs the poop deck next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Do more together this holiday in a new Chevy. Take on more adventure in the strong and capable Chevy Silverado. More confidence in the Chevy Equinox, winner of the J.D. Power Award for initial quality among compact SUVs 2 years running. And more value in the all-new Chevy Trax with an available 11-inch diagonal touchscreen. Bring the holidays together in a new Chevy. Visit WisconsinDriveChevy.com. For JD Power 2023 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Do you check your savings account and wonder if you're even saving at all? At Town Bank, we view banking differently and actually want to see your savings grow. With our amazing new CD rates, you can now earn even more, so you can sit back and relax. Stop banking the same way, expecting different results, and start earning more. Go to townbank.us/locknewrates or visit a Town Bank branch nearest you today. Bank differently with Town Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
Stay up to date on the green and gold all season. The Green and Gold Fix podcast is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Luxury stay, elite play, unwind in sophisticated comfort. Win big, dine, and experience the events in Milwaukee.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta restaurants. Purchase a gift card at Bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
It's time for the Milwaukee Basketball Report on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by National Liquor Mart, located at 16th and National in Milwaukee. National Liquor Mart is packed with deals for all your beverage needs, where your satisfaction is their plan of action. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily.
Bucks excelling on both ends of the court in Saturday's win at home against the Hawks.
From Murray, and then he gets in the way of the shot to alter it. Good defensive possession there for Damian Lillard. Giannis galloping the other way. He lays it in with a foul. Oh, the big fella, right to the teeth of the defense, does a little ditty after the fact. He'll go to the line for a chance for a three-point play.
132-121, the final. Bucks over the Hawks at home on Saturday night, pushing them to 14-6 on the season. Giannis a triple-double in the win. Bucks next up, it's in-season tournament action, the quarterfinals. They take on the Knicks at home on Tuesday night.
This has been the Milwaukee Basketball Report on 94.5 ESPN, brought to you by National Liquor Mart.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. All so you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
That music can mean only one thing. It means that Derek Blakesley, our Badgers outsider, is here to join us to talk Badgers. Presented, Tausch, by PDS.
Indeed, PDS has been providing technology solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. PDS is giving today's work the true ability to work from anywhere as they balance work and life. PDS wants to be your trusted partner in driving success with enterprise solutions, digital workplace platforms, and managed services that fit your needs. PDS, Paragon Development Systems.
Derek, good morning.
Hello, Jason. Good morning.
How you doing?
I feel terrific. It's been really fun to watch the Packers the last couple weeks.
the college football side of it has been just really weird. And all credit to Tausch, really, and probably you too, Jason. But we called it 3 years ago, just talking about where this is going to go. It's just the actual path to getting there is really painful, and a lot of it just sucks because you're nostalgic about what used to be.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys started on the air. I read it on the way in. The NCAA president came out today with a different framework for college football and the separation of certain schools with bigger budgets and bigger scale. So we're definitely moving the train forward. And after what happened to Florida State, which is going to be litigated in the courts, would be my guess. It's just been a bad couple weeks for me in college sports and my fandom. It's been rough.
Yeah, by the way, NCAA, no, I'm good. We're good. Somebody else needs to run this. We're good. You've done your part. You've had your 100 and some odd years. We're good.
I think
okay, I just want to make sure
Tausch,
my point is clear we're good.
I think the attitude that Mark Emmert took, I find him to be one of the worst non-political personalities in the history of the country, really. I think
they're political, by the way. All of this is political.
Their attitude toward what was happening and being just completely almost benevolent and then kind of taking their ball and going home while still never going home and now trying to reassert themselves into this stinks because I don't know. This is the question I would pose to you two. I don't know if I'm all that interested in minor league football. And I don't know if an inferior product, after seeing what happened with Leon, our 12-hour commit this week, I don't know if I'm a fan of what that looks like and who those people are and what that process is when I can just watch the NFL. And I'm struggling a little bit with what this is going to be and whether I'm going to be all that interested in it anymore. I mean, is minor league football going to be what this is going to be?
Oh, I was wondering. You did get to a question. I was glad that was the case.
Well, you've been interrupting Jason all morning. I thought maybe you'd interrupt me too.
That's true. Well, that's standard. You know that's standard, Derek. I think as long as there is a university affiliation, I am going to be intrigued. I want the playing field leveled. But as far as the NC2A, you had your time.
Yes.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
A deuces be. Let's let the powers that be figure out new rules for football. I don't even care what basketball. I think should be lumped in, but we're good, man. I think Chuck Baker's running this.
Yes,
Chuck, we're good. I don't care for your input anymore. You go do your thing. We'll take our little new group and we're going to start our own little deal, and we'll figure it out. We appreciate everything you've done, but now we're good. We don't need you anymore. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Derek, I know that you work in ideation and all kinds of important things about allowing me to work at home and all those kind of important things. But you're not a legal You're a brilliant mind. You're not a legal mind, right? That's not your area of expertise.
But I do play one on TV.
And on the radio, apparently.
Yep.
You said that the Florida State situation, you anticipate, quote, being litigated in the courts.
Yes.
What does that look like exactly?
Look,
William Jennings Bryant.
Look, there are three legal theories that I looked up. One of them I thought about is it's almost a negligence case, and then there's also other ones that was Latin and some things I don't understand. But let me just tell you,
pluribus maius or something like
pluribus
that?
unum or something. No, so
okay.
As a prima facie case, on its face, you had a Power 5 school, and the thing is, I hate Florida State, but I respect the fact how much they love college football down there. They follow the recruiting like closer than anyone. It's a big deal. You win all your games. You're a Power 5 school. You're a brand that matters. And I think of all those kids and the work that they put in, that whole program, all the work that they put in, all the crap they've taken from Clemson, and you know, they constantly get 5 stars in there and it doesn't work. They throw their hands up, they whine, they cry. Well, this year it happened for them. And to see a team, it just doesn't pass the sniff test. And when you have something like this where there's this kind of conflict, immediately I'm just like, it doesn't need to make people angry. It doesn't need to be nuclear, But this is why we have courts. There's money at stake for the university. There's recruiting things. Thank God they're changing the tournament and the way that looks next year. Otherwise, yeah, I'm taking this to the courts and saying, look what happened here. Are there damages? And I would say yes. There may be negligence here. There might be fraud. There could be collusion. There could be all kinds of things. Let's get everybody out on the table and explain under oath and everywhere else that it's done in the legal system of why we let an undefeated Power 5 school out of the playoff in favor of an Alabama team that lost to Texas and then would have lost to a terrible Auburn team if not for a Hail Mary into the corner of the end zone, and why they end up in it. I mean, they should. This was a bad situation. Mike Leach was all over the internet. His thing about it. It was bad to start with, and then they got caught, and now I think they should have to answer for it.
Wait, Mike Leach?
Mike Leach spoke about this not being a tournament and how, as Americans, we love a committee. We love committees. Well, who are you going to put on the committee? Well, that guy's a good guy. We'll put him on the committee. We'll put them on the committee. And then we won't even need to play it on the field because these people, some of which know nothing about college football or not involved in college football, they know better. So they know better than the rest of us.
He said this before he died?
2017.
Okay. Hologram. He had a hologram.
Yeah. Along with Tupac. Okay, so Tausch, you advanced the theory that this happened in part because they're expanding to 12 next year. And if they had, I don't want to misrepresent your theory on this. I want to get Derek's response to it. If they had the only Final Four for next year again, did you say that you thought Florida State would have gotten in?
Yes. Yeah.
And the reasoning is what?
Well, I think this just continues to put a bow on the Final Four, and it moves it forward. The point that I think needs to be made, the Clemson part of this, the ACC, is viewed as the fifth. The Pac-12 was viewed as the last one in previous eras, but you couldn't leave a Washington out. But had Georgia won, Texas is not in this playoff. They're not. Florida State's in, Texas out. The fact that they had to move Texas ahead of Alabama to get Alabama in and bump, if their theory on what happened was that Florida State's quarterback got hurt and they stink, which, by the way, there's some viability to it. But they still won 2 games and the ACC championship and, by the way, a road game in Florida, which is supposedly the SEC, is supposed to be some great conference. Let me tell you something. Take Alabama and Georgia out of it. That conference is bleh. Okay? For this year. It is bleh.
Okay.
So enough with that. But had this not played out that way, Texas does not jump Florida State. And you're going to tell me, with under the criteria you move Florida State, that you'd still put Georgia behind them? Nobody on earth believes you. Nobody.
You're right. You're right.
Nobody. And you put Florida State 11th. If you really want to go that route, that's where you'd put them.
And what?
So it's a total travesty.
What world are we in where this Florida State-Georgia game, what if Georgia looks great? You're going to say Georgia doesn't deserve a couple number one votes if they beat? What if Florida, and God forbid, Florida State comes out and beats Georgia? I mean, then you may as well still be back in the bowl where everybody is like, well, who's the national champion? There isn't one because we have people of low moral character who are in charge of all of this. And now we are inviting the wolves, the agents that aren't really agents, the accountants, the lawyers, your Grandma Betty's second cousin, Deborah, who now all of a sudden is your best friend and needs some money.
Betty and Debbie.
There is so much collateral damage here because of the mismanagement of this transition in NIL. And we're all left to, as fans, as journalists, as players, these kids. I mean, I see what happened to Leon. I mean, he's the linebacker that was going to go in the transfer portal, commits to Wisconsin, decommits in 12 hours, and suddenly has a new agent. And you can't talk to Leon without going through this agent who may or may not be a legit guy. I mean, we're going to see this all over the place, and we have people in charge that don't care about the kids. It's okay to care about money. Money is important. Money drives a lot of things, but it has completely corrupted the system here to the point, like I said, I just want, on Saturdays when I turn the TV on, I want to care about it. I want to be entertained by it. I want to love it. And I'm afraid that people are so self-interested here, they would sacrifice that for to line pockets in the short term, and that's what stinks.
We'll continue with the Badgers outsider who has not entered the transfer portal, as far as I know. At least he hasn't announced it yet on X. Hopefully he's not transferring to another one of our shows. But a lot of other Badgers are in the portal. We'll talk about that next. Continuing with the Badgers outsider, presented by PDS. It's Wilde and Tausch.
The Badgers Outsider on Wilde and Tausch is brought to you by PDS, providing IT solutions and transforming IT for area companies for over 30 years. Find what solutions they can offer you at pdsit.net.
The best source for every piece of NFL news you need to know.
I cannot imagine that there's any way that he missed the game because he's unhappy that the game was on turf. I think that's preposterous to me.
ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter is on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy every Wednesday morning at 7:30.
I thought they looked great. I got to be honest, I think that's what I kind of expected from the Packers.
Presented by Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. There is a difference. Also sponsored by Construction Business Group and Island Resort and Casino.
So I came to Advent because I was experiencing recurrent sinus infections. As a new mom, it was really kind of difficult.
Many of our patients complain of sinus infections. The headaches, fatigue, and nasal stuffiness have a profound effect on their lives.
I just felt like your sickness starts affecting your energy level and, the things that you really enjoy doing. That really was a breaking point for me.
So Molly came to Advent. Abnormally tight sinuses and swollen turbinates led to simple breathing triangle solutions that ended up taking about 20 minutes in office. And very soon thereafter, she was breathing freely.
I'm just in awe at the amount of air that that I'm able to breathe in and out each night, and I haven't had a sinus infection since the procedure.
I'm Dr. Mothan Kandula. When you breathe well, you do live better.
Results may vary.
It's time for the Marquette Minute on 94.5 ESPN. Join Shaka Smart, Jen Latta, and special guest Oso Ighodaro on Thursday, December 7th from 6 to 7 p.m. for Marquette Thursdays at Motor Bar and Restaurant at the Harley-Davidson Museum.
There's no bigger rivalry game in the state of Wisconsin when it comes to basketball as Marquette and Wisconsin. And on Saturday, Wisconsin got ahead early for a 13-point first-half lead, but the Golden Eagles clawed their way back in the second half.
Inside, wide open is Mitchell. He lays it up and in, and Marquette is down one.
Unfortunately, though, 1 point would be the closest that Marquette would get as they fall 75-64 to Wisconsin. Both teams now 6-2 on the season. Marquette's back home on Wednesday night as they will take on Texas. That one a 7 o'clock tip-off at Fiserv Forum.
This has been the Marquette Minute on 94.5 ESPN. Motor Bar and Restaurant at the Harley-Davidson Museum is the home of Marquette Thursdays all season long.
Cousin Subs just got better. With our newest mobile app update, we've made it easier to purchase your favorite subs and sides with Apple or Google Pay, and the ability to make split payments. And that's not all. Can we get your digits? Sign up today for our new text messaging program to unlock exclusive coupons and offers at cousinsubs.com or via our app. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
Brighten up your home, workplace, or event with flowers and trust Welke's Milwaukee Florist to be your local florist. Welke's is family-owned and has delivered beauty for customers and businesses for well over 100 years. Join Welke's Flower subscription so your home is always fresh, or discover the benefits of creating a corporate account and leave the work to them. Welke's Milwaukee Florist has locations in Elm Grove and at 56th and North in Milwaukee. Go to welkes.com, that's WELKES.com for more info and to place an order.
Hi, it's John Reitz from Great Midwest Bank, and as a community bank, we sincerely appreciate our customer loyalty. Over nearly 90 years, we've done all we can to return the favor. Great Midwest Bank offers flexible solutions that bigger banks and credit unions simply can't, because our entire team is right here in the community. We love helping our neighbors when we're at work and then catching up over the weekend. Visit us at greatmidwestbank.com. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
It is time for us, the NCAA, to offer our own forward-looking framework, Chuck Baker said, to which Tausch replied, "Nah, Chuck, we're good.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service."
Yeah, we're good, Chuckles. We're all set.
This is bad.
Chuckles.
That's Dunzo's cousin. They both do clown shows together.
It is. Derek did bring up an interesting question about the idea of minor league football, because there's also what else is going to happen, and believe me, it's going to happen. There are going to be guys that aren't quite good enough to play pro, but are making good money, whatever Chuck and the NCAA come up with, and then the NIL and everything else. Why do these guys have to leave? Why do they have to leave? You're going to start paying. Guys can play till they're 40 in college football. They're not quite good enough. Why go to the XFL or the USFL when they could easily say, no, I'd rather play at Wisconsin. I get all my meals. I could continue to get educated. I could do this. And I mean, what's to stop someone? There's already, and we heard Luke Fickell say this already, there's 7-year guys, there's COVID, there's medical red shirts. Who says that you can only do this for 4 years?
College, the best 11 years of my life.
Van Wilder stayed in school till I think he was there 8 or 9 years.
Yep.
Nobody said he couldn't.
I mean,
and he has chops
this
as
is
an
going
actor.
to be talk about being legislated, Derek. This is the next step. This is going to happen. And what is Chuck going to respond to that? Because Chuck won't win in court. We've seen that. Ed O'Bannon and the O'Bannon boys have beaten him into submission.
Yeah, it's just turning my stomach just because I sit and think about all these things, and I just, like I said, I want to turn my TV on Saturday, but if it gets so perverted that it's and here's the reason I like it. Okay, Bakhtiari mentioned it, you've mentioned it, and so has Jason before, that college football clearly is not as good a football as the NFL. The NFL is superior, but I see college football as the last level where you actually get to see real football played. I see the NFL more as sports entertainment. The quarterback has strike zones. There's protections in place. There's flags that are thrown that have nothing to do with football, but just to protect investments and players. There's all this stuff that isn't actually the sport. It's sports entertainment. It's not fixed, but it's definitely controlled. College football is the last frontier of watching really superior, like warriors, like in the arena kind of gladiator type of stuff, where it still feels like real football. So that's the draw. But you root for kids that come to your school, in-state guys that are the underdogs that get better over the time. The Frank Kaminsky stories in basketball, all this stuff. There's like these things that attract you to the sport, and if those things go away, am I going to go watch the Madison Muskies and plunk down as much money and go up to Appleton and watch their minor league baseball franchise? Like, I don't know if I can fall in love with a couple guys that come in from someplace I've never heard of and want to play here and have a smoke and a pancake and then leave. And
have a smoke and a pancake.
And to Tausch's point, I also, you might ask about what kind of transition into like DK. He played here for 4 years. He put his time in. I don't care where he goes. Thank you. He was tremendous. He was great. But it's kind of that transient nature of it, too, that's sort of cool. And if that starts to go away, all these things are stripping the foundations for why this is attractive for me to spend my time and money as a fan. And that sucks.
Tausch seemed legitimately disappointed yesterday when it became public that Jim DK was leaving. There are, I believe the last time I heard this, Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, but from Alex Strouf's Badgers Minute. 6 so far have entered the portal. What do you make of this, and how do you see the departures in terms of which guys are leaving and how much that hurts the program or doesn't hurt the program?
Every program is losing a lot of guys. The coach, the wide receiver coach, moved to Notre Dame. Jim's played here 4 years, and frankly, this season, I don't think he had the opportunities he wanted. Skylar Bell can go drop passes somewhere else. We're going to be able to replace some of these guys, but it's not as fun. And the offense did not work out for these guys. It worked out for Will Pauling. I still don't know exactly what this offense is, but I think we need guys that are quicker, more guys that are taking advantage of leverage. I know I brought that up on one show and I got killed to talk
big
about
leverage guy.
But
always been a big leverage
seriously, just talking about like guys that if they get inside leverage, they can make a cut, and they're more wide open than our guys. Our guys always seem covered. They couldn't get yards after catch. I'd say Chim fell into that category. We were always throwing to the boundary to him. He'd be out of bounds, and most of his action was in special teams, really. Skylar had speed and opportunities. He might be a better fit somewhere else. And I think we lost Keontez. I mean, there's just the players that are gone. It hurts us, but now there's this other part where we're going to get guys in that may, I don't know. That's the thing. You can't predict any of this. May be a better fit for what we're trying to do. I hope we're able to get that personnel, but I don't know. There's 900 kids went into this thing officially a day ago. I can't even follow it. It's just a mess. The whole thing's a mess. So I don't know. I mean, Tausch is right. Like, I'm disappointed that these guys leave, but why not take a shot and go somewhere else if you can?
No, so Derek, I'm not disappointed in Skylar. There's some other players that they think they're going to get a better opportunity to go. I got no problem. But with Chim, he is such a great kid.
Yes,
yeah.
And
a great Badger.
He has done everything. A Badger, exactly. Everything the way you'd want. And I don't want to take any opportunities from him.
Right.
I just wished if he was going to leave, he was going to go pro. It might be a fit. It might be an offensive thing. I was just really disappointed because he is a solid
phenomenal.
Okay, Tausch,
a solid
guys.
bat.
Tausch, why do you think Chim wasn't more productive this year? You watched all those games.
I think he was hurt. He was
Injuries,
dinged up for a
okay.
bunch of the season. I think that was a big part.
Because I expected him to be a premier possession receiver / big play threat, down the field, and he kind of had a niche role, and I just always wondered because he was great. He's been like you guys have said. I echo those sentiments, and it's too bad to lose him. But I do think, and I don't think anyone will argue with this, we are better positioned to deal with this crappy territory we're in with the people we have running our program now than we were in the previous regime. So we're in a better spot here, but this is Wild West stuff, and I don't trust any of these people that are in charge. And I'm listening to Feinbaum and listening to Sankey talk about how great the SEC was the other day. I threw up in my mouth. They're all so they're also self-serving and also short-term and short-sighted.
Well, that's their job. Yeah, that's their job. That's for Greg Sankey.
But Tausch, whose job is it to be the standard bearer of the sport? Who are the people? Well, that's a problem.
There's no one.
That is a rudderless ship.
That's what I just said. Yeah, I agree. I'm not arguing with you.
I'm
not going to yell at you.
I'm not yelling. I'm passionate.
Maybe
Maybe you need to find some passion instead of going to all your late night
my
big
passion's
parties.
here. I think I ranted enough. It is. That's the problem, and there's always going to be self-interest. That's always going to be the case. That's just how this works. But this idea. And the thing that stinks, and is to put a bow on this thing, Alabama's going to go win another national championship, and they're going to say, see, it just means more.
I am rooting for Michigan.
Sickening.
I'm going to the store to buy a Michigan hat. I'll borrow one from my boss, my old friend John Miller. I will do what I need to do.
Johnny M.
The fraud.
Yeah,
the fraud.
Go blue. I am all about go blue, but they're going to get.
It's one thing to cheer for sports.
Beat.
It's another thing to cheer against fraud. And what they did and how that became is there's right and wrong, and I'm not going to be. I'm going to put my khakis on. I don't know if any of them fit anymore. I don't know if I got any with pleats.
Jesse Colonia's gold pants.
Oh,
Jesse's got these gold pants that'll fit you.
I might need to lengthen them a little bit, or otherwise I can just kind of wear my high waters around. Maybe I could get a whole Jesse Nelson ensemble.
All right, so we're going to leave it with it's okay to root for sports. It's better to root against frauds. Is that what you said? Something along those lines.
You guys can tell I'm just.
You're exasperated. You're as red as your shirt.
He's beaten down.
I love college football, and it has beaten me down a little bit.
We know you do.
It's not about the Badgers, really. It's about the whole. It's about the whole thing.
He cares. He cares. He's not about his self-interests. He's the next commissioner of whatever the new version of the NCAA will be.
I'm just
BOAA.
I'm just a regular
Badgers
guy.
Outsider Athletic Association.
I'm just a guy who happens to evaluate talent about as good as anybody in the industry. And when it comes to Jordan,
great stats
when it comes to Jordan Love and sending text message to Jason Wilde that must know
while he's working.
While he's working, look, I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. He's the starting quarterback of this Packers team for the next 10 years, and I just want to take continual victory laps about that.
Yeah, you are. There's no denying that. I'm glad we could end on a positive note for you. I feel like today was kind of cathartic, but you didn't fix anything. And that's got to be frustrating.
I don't know. It's really,
right, I understand.
Too complicated. I don't know.
We appreciate you trying, and we look forward to you and Greg Sankey and Chuck and everybody getting together.
Yeah, I'm going to Mark Emmert wants me at his place for Christmas, but he sold his whole family out to other people who were lonely so he could get more money in his pocket.
Jeez.
The grift never stops with Mark Emmert.
That's harsh.
On that note, the Badgers Outsider presented by PDS.
Hey!
We look forward to your next visit. We also look forward to the 11 o'clock hour, which kicks off in 2 minutes. So stick around. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
Adulting in the fall means responsible spiking. For pumpkin spice or whatever your preferred fall drink concoction is, spike it with rum chata. It's a solution for any occasion. Rum chata is the world's finest liqueur featuring premium Caribbean rum combined with vanilla, cinnamon, and the highest quality dairy cream sourced from Wisconsin. Enjoy a smooth shot or a tantalizing spiked beverage with Rum Chata Original. And, backed by popular demand for a limited time, Rum Chata Peppermint Bark. Rum Chata, the superior way to spike and sip responsibly this fall.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin present your Badger Minute. Here's Alex Strofe.
This Badger Minute brought to you by UW Credit Union. For over 90 years, UW Credit Union has helped Wisconsinites achieve their financial goals at every stage of life, offering great rates for greater possibilities. Join today at uwcu.org. The NCAA transfer portal officially opened for business Monday, and 6 Badger football players have announced their intention to transfer next season. Quarterback Miles Burkett, linebacker Ross Gangler, offensive lineman Dylan Barrett, and wide receivers Keontae Lewis, Skylar Bell, and Chimere Dike all intend to play elsewhere next season. Chimere Dike has 1 year of eligibility remaining and will play as a graduate student in 2024. All of these transfers announced their departure on X as of 5 o'clock Monday night.
Unwrap your gift now, but pay later. Right now at Pella, put no money down, no payment, and no interest for up to 18 months. Visit PellaWI.com.
Q Club of Wisconsin is your hangout spot for watching sports, playing games, and having some drinks. Mike, what do you have going on over there?
Gary, we have so much going on. We're still the place to be on game days to catch the green and gold. Book a holiday party in our VIP room, which includes a private pool table, 2 shuffleboard tables, and 4 dartboards. Plus, we got great live music every Saturday night. And of course, we've got our fish fry on Wednesdays and Fridays, where we pile it high.
All happening at the Q Club of Wisconsin, North Grandview Boulevard in Waukesha. Check out QClubofWisconsin.com.
You are listening to the home of the Green Bay Playoff Plunge. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
Station updates, show clips, and your place to interact with us every single day just by scrolling through your feed. Follow along on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at ESPN Milwaukee. He's the most interesting man in sports radio.
Well, should I have a chip on my shoulder that I'm not making as much money as Skip Bayless?
In his mind, anyway. The Homer Hour with special guests every day from 5 to 6.
Homer, all the Packers and Jordan Love have to do this year is play like Aaron Rodgers and the Packers played last year.
The Homer Hour with Homer. Weekdays from 5 to 6. Right here on 94.5 ESPN and streaming live on YouTube.
The 11 o'clock hour of Wilde and Tausch begins now. It's great to talk with Derek Blakesley. Great that he snuck in his latest victory lap on Jordan Love.
Yeah, I missed that part. But we had the college football discussion, and it's bothered me the last couple of days. Obviously, Packer victory suffocated that yesterday. And it does, to put a bow on this bow. So I've already bowed it.
You're
I'm going
bowing
to bow
up.
it again. And then move on.
Double bow.
Double bow it up. The whole scenario is a great example of when leadership leaves voids.
You're right.
And a vacuum. Everything just becomes a blank show. And it's a blank show. The fact that you're looking at, you don't have any clue who's going to be playing in bowl games, who's going to even be on your roster, what you have to pay, what you don't. So get your blank together. Have somebody from the Fox ESPN battle lines that have been drawn, organize it, get your rules in place, and let's move on with our lives so that we can try to get this thing as fluid as you can moving forward. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
All right. Before we move on, can I ask one follow-up question?
But I double bowed.
You did. But this is not. This isn't
triple bow.
No. This is not.
I don't triple bow that good.
This is bow adjacent. Okay, it's not within the tie-up.
The name sticker to Tausch from Jason?
Maybe.
Did you guys see that billiard shot that I put up on Twitter?
No, we were busy talking to Derek at the time, so we were focused on the show.
I saw it in my mind. My mind literally was blown. I used to love Minnesota Fats in the old 9-ball games. This shot that this cat pulled, I don't even know if it's legal. That's how good it is. All right, continue.
Okay, I will look at it. I was focused on the interview with Derek Blakesley, but who is Leon, and how long was he? Like, wasn't there like a beer campaign or some sort of advertising campaign where there was a guy named Leon, and I vaguely remember this from my youth. But who is Derek talking about? I got a lot going on right now. There was a guy that committed, and then he was gone, and what?
An edge rusher from Syracuse. Entered the portal, loved Luke Fickell, loved what the staff had to offer, agreed to come to Wisconsin. It sounds like there was an NIL agent that then got involved and got more money somewhere else, and he decided to decommit within a 12-hour window. That's, in essence, what happened, to put a triple bow on this college football deal.
All right. So we move on because you can't quadruple bow, which I still don't think that was bow-worthy. I just was curious who that was.
Yeah, I got it.
Not within the packaging of the Pandora's box. I did get a lesson yesterday in your old and young people don't always get your references. I am happy to report that John Runyon, whose father was playing in the NFL at the time of this, got the playoffs reference when I showed it to him on my phone. He's like, oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yep.
Josh Myers, who's playing the best football of his career, also was familiar with it.
Okay.
Tucker Kraft, who at the time of Jim Mora's spiel in Indianapolis was one.
Why did Jesse not hit the button? Tucker Kraft comes up, the button gets
Jason
hit.
didn't finish his thought yet.
I wasn't done.
Let him finish his sentence.
Okay. Right.
He had no idea what the hell that was.
Great places, South Dakota.
Many people would say that rant was in the Mount Rushmore of rants.
It is, right? And that was actually what I was going to ask
So he should.
Although not
Tucker
under those.
should know that.
You think he should just know all Mount Rushmores?
Yes. Anything Mount Rushmoreable, Tucker Kraft needs to know.
What are the 4 Mount Rushmore archaeological dig locations?
He's got one. He's got one.
Have we
right
asked Tucker if he's ever gone to one of those digs? I hear it's what everybody does out there.
Jason, next time you ask him, I'd love for you to find out if he knows what I'm talking about the archaeological
I will.
dig
All right.
in South Dakota.
So Tucker has been. He's got some Tom Mulhern stand-up guy award potential. Like he
Really?
he's
this season?
It's. I think that might be slightly premature, but that reminds me. I got to get the
Jordan
ballots
loves
out.
getting it. Jordan's going to win it this year.
I got to figure out who. I put it out for nominations, so I just take the nominations. I'm just the secretary and treasurer.
You're the CFP.
No.
Oh, Jordan Love's been pretty good.
Is there a committee that does this?
No, this is going to be
a committee that does it. Yeah.
First of all, I'm not grifting. This costs me money to buy the trophy every year.
Devontae Adams is Alabama.
Nobody said anything about grifting.
Yeah, that's what the CFP. That's what actually
Who's
Derek
the
said
Alabama
before.
of the? Who's the Alabama of this?
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. He's going to win this year, even though he doesn't play for the team anymore. His 4th title. So anyway, I was talking to Tucker. He's very good. I actually went the route, instead of the archaeological dig during our conversation, I went the Jason Eck reference, which, by the way, big dub for the Vandals, Tausch's old buddy, beating Southern Illinois in overtime to advance.
Salukis.
2017.
Big win for them. But as I was writing my story for the State Journal about playoffs, because Matt LaFleur had said a couple weeks ago, I don't want to go Jim Mora on you, and then I almost had him on the imitation. I was thinking, what are the other great rants? Because I wanted to include a couple of other examples in my story. And so the 2 that I chose from the NFL were, you play to win the game. You play to win. You don't play to just play
Denny
it.
Green's R.I.P. Denny Green. He's in there.
I literally said, I used 2. The other one was, they are who we thought they were. We let them off the hook.
It's a great rant. Yep. It's my favorite rant.
Are those the clear-cut 3, and then when we put together a Mount Rushmore, is there a 4? There's certainly practice. We talk about practice, right?
Yep.
But that's not
Mike
NFL.
Singletary's in there. I want winners.
Can't win
with
winners. Can't coach them. Can't do it.
The best quote, though, unfortunately, I can't remember the name of the coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The greatest punch line of all time about wanting the execution
John
of his
McKay.
team. Johnny Mack.
What do you think
That's the
of your
greatest.
team's execution? I'm in favor of it.
Quiet. It's too quiet. Otherwise, that would have been the other one. So those are your goats when it comes to ranting, and Dennis Green needs to be in there. Jim Mora needs to be in there.
Yeah.
Then I think after that, I think it's open for debate. Herms is good.
I'm a man. I'm 40. Did you get Gundy in there?
I did not. I just went NFL, and I didn't want to turn it into a power rankings, if you will.
Why not?
So I wanted to reference a few others because I did feel a little bit old that I was able to find someone who had no idea what that was. Tucker was 1 when it happened. So I get it. But, all right, speaking of power rankings, it's time for Power Rankings Tuesday. We will do that coming up next. If you were to power rank lawyers, You know who I've got at the top of my list. It's David Gruber and Gruber Law Offices. Check out gruber-law.com to find out more about the firm, about all their lawyers, about the history. 35-plus years here in Wisconsin fighting for people that have been seriously injured in accidents. And you can also find out about all the great things they do in our communities. I'm seeing David's face throughout Green Bay now. I drive by a Tausch and Gina Della billboard, and then the next one I see, David Gruber. One call, that's all. And if you need that legal representation, it does just take that first one call. That's all. 414-276-6666. 414-276-6666. Gruber Law Offices, one call. That's all. Power Rankings Tuesday is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. After every final whistle,
holy mackerel, cool and collected. That is the new quarterback.
Green Bay Game Night on 94.5 ESPN is your place to go.
I don't care if it's got an L in the column. I consider it a win.
Sound off on the Boda Box wine line after every green and gold game.
So I think I just watched a different game than the one Homer and Tausch watched. In the game I watched, I saw the Falcons roll up over 400 yards of offense.
The Boda Box wine line on Green Bay Game Night, 800-990-3776.
Prize Picks, the most fun I've had, winning up to 25x on my money during the football season, and now I get to play during the basketball season as well. You get to select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and you just place an entry. Pretty simple. And now you get to pick combo projections across football and basketball from the Specials League, a league created specifically for combo projections that includes 2 or more players from different sports or leagues. So for me, I'm going to go Jordan Love, and then I'll go Giannis and Dalla Dame. If I want to go 3-pointers made, rushing touchdowns, can do it. Prize Picks is that simple to play. Testing my skills on Prize Picks this season is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app.
Go to prizepicks.com/WI and use code WI for a first deposit match up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/WI, code WI.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
Even when you think you know what's going on, you can never be too sure.
Yeah, PTSD. We all have it. Not Joshy, because you're too young.
Joshy, do you have PTSD for anything?
Packers, nonsense, chaos.
Not really.
No
I mean, when I was robbed
PTSD?
at gunpoint, that feels like PTSD.
When did this happen?
I feel like he's got us. He's got us there,
Another
too.
story?
Jen, Gabe, and Chewy, mornings 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN and available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Is your business looking for localized banking solutions? Fifth Third Bank has been looking forward to the future and helping businesses shape what's next for 165 years. And for the last 14 here in Milwaukee, they offer industry-specific expertise, local decision-making capabilities, and extensive experience to help your business succeed. Fifth Third is big enough to provide sophisticated solutions and expert guidance, but also empowered to make local decisions and work from a foundation of strong community connections. Commercial banking value only Fifth Third can deliver. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, custom solutions built around your goals. Member FDIC.
If only life had a remote control, you could pause or rewind. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute risk test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Missed any of the show? Find us on Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
I'm Mr. Icicle. I'm Mr. 10 Below. Friends call me Snow Miser. Whatever I touch turns to snow in my clutch.
Another example of old school that doesn't translate to the younger generations. Our girls not fans of the Snow Miser and the Heat Miser.
Better than
And
Charlie
the
Brown.
Stop action animation. Before we get to Power Rankings Tuesday, some breaking news from the National Football League.
Oh, baby, now this is some breaking news.
Ian Rappaport informs us that Giants coach Brian Daboll tells reporters that quarterback Tommy, don't call me Danny, don't call me Bobby, DeVito,
Tommy,
will remain the starter for Monday night against the Packers, even with Tyrod Taylor back practicing. Now, Tausch, you've told us about the perils of a trap game here. I do find myself wondering if Tyrod Taylor, if he's healthy, how long of a leash Tommy DeVito might have if he doesn't play well early. But this is the world of quarterbacking when you don't know what the heck you're doing and you've got injuries and the guy you paid was not even playing well before he got hurt. I'm not sure there's a whole heck of a lot of difference between if Tommy DeVito plays or Tyrod Taylor plays. Agree?
I would tend to agree. And Tommy DeVito's won a couple games, even though their offense has been really bad. But they have, 2 weeks off? I think they just came off of a bye. So the Giants are going to – I think you're going to get the Giants' best shot. They're going to be the freshest. But I just – if you give up a ton of points to a Tommy DeVito, no offense to Tom, but if you give up a ton of points to Tommy DeVito, the Joe Barry parade that we threw him the last couple weeks will be long gone because this offense, they're not very good.
Time now for Power Rankings Tuesday.
A new high water mark for 2023.
Yeah, I would have expected this.
Heck yeah. All right, Tausch.
Head of the Lions.
A team to beat the NFC North, according to some. Weekdays 2 to 4 or 5.
All right, Tausch.
Start us at the top of the list.
Oh, so you want me to go? Okay.
I want you to go.
That was. Oh, yeah.
All right, where were they last week when they finished? 17?
The Green Bay Packers 1 week ago were 17th in ESPN's NFL Nation Power Rankings.
I have them up at their old quarterback's number. I think they're number 12 on the year. That's where I got it.
Jason, too high, too low, or just right?
As much as I would love to be Goldilocks-ing it, I am going to say that they are unlucky number 13, because there's so many good AFC teams that they're in the playoff picture, but they're pushed down.
All right, let's start the mountain climber. Number 1, the San Francisco 49ers. Fresh off a win against number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep, I agree with that still.
Yep. Number 3, your number 1 seed in the AFC as of today, the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins, number 3.
Miami Dolphins. Yeah.
Number 4, the Baltimore Ravens. They had a bye this week. Number 5. How about them Cowboys? Thursday night special.
I'll give you that. Okay.
Number 6, the Detroit Lions.
Boy, isn't it funny that we all year said that the NFC stinks, and they got 4 of the top 6 teams
4 of the top
NFL.
6, yep. Number 7, fresh off a loss at Lambeau Field, the Kansas City Chiefs. That's got to be the lowest they've been in a long time. Number 8, just lost their quarterback last night and a football game.
Yeah.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 9, the Buffalo Bills, who have a .500 record, which is still crazy.
Yeah, they love J.A. They love him.
Number 10, surprise of the year, the Houston Texans.
Wow.
Number 11, without their starting quarterback, the Cleveland Browns.
Here it comes.
Number 12, your 13-time world champion, Green Bay Packers.
Nice job, old
Number
boy.
12.
Nice.
One below them, the Pittsburgh
at
Steelers.
At the end of this season, if the Green Bay Packers run the table and go 8 in a row, where can they max out? 6?
I was going to say
5?
8. I think 8.
Because they finish 11 and 6.
Dude, if they win 8 in a row,
I think they're top 5.
I think so too.
Well,
8 in a row?
San Francisco, Philadelphia are going to be ahead of them.
Huh?
Miami or whoever
Philly
the one
loses.
seed.
Slow your
Philly
roll
loses
here on
to the
Philly.
Seahawks.
Dallas will be ahead of them.
Philly loses this weekend. People are going to start doubting because they won't be the division winner then. Dallas, I believe, has their tiebreaker if they end up winning this game this weekend. And if Philadelphia is not the 1 seed, I will say this loud and clear.
Oh.
If they don't get the all-important 1 seed overall, they ain't going back to no Super Bowl. San Fran can do it without it. I actually think Dallas could. Dallas needs to get the 1 seed. San Fran is the only team in the NFC that does not need the 1 seed to go to the Super Bowl. That's my proclamation.
So do we feel like 12 is the right spot for our local club?
Right now? Yep.
I would put them ahead of
It's
Cleveland.
a really good spot.
Cleveland's trending the wrong way with a backup quarterback. Packers are trending the right way.
Joe Flacco.
I'd put them 11.
Yeah, but it ain't all about. It's not all about trend. Trend is important, but it's not 100% trend.
No, ask Florida State. It's all about how have you looked the last couple of weeks.
And if your quarterback's healthy.
The Cleveland Browns are Florida State. The Green Bay Packers are Alabama.
You know, you wonder if Florida
That's
State
actually
had to
pretty
do
good.
it again.
Hey, I thought we
If
bowled
Florida State
this.
Oh,
Well,
quad
you
bow.
brought it back up. I didn't. You guys untied the bow. I don't want to untie the bow. But if Florida State would have been smart, they would have not said that it was a season-ending injury. They would have said he's out 2 to 3 weeks. Or he's out for sure for the next 2 weeks, but he would have he's going to probably be back. Straight up lie to the committee. Because you know what? The committee lied to them. Why not lie back to them?
Wow.
Because a double lie actually equals the truth. Or is that not?
No, that's not quite how that works. But your point is well taken. The truth does not set you free. The truth sends you to like the what are they playing in the Citrus Bowl? Orange Bowl.
Yeah, Orange Bowl or Citrus Bowl or something. Yep.
Yeah, that's a tough break. Well, Tausch, you can watch Florida State in the citrus, orange, blue bonnet, whatever bowl they're playing in, while you're sitting at Fortria earning some big-time money by doing one of their BMI studies and making about $14,000 out of it.
Absolutely. You want to get to that bowl game? You want a little spending cash for Tampa? If you do, Fortria's got you covered. Healthy adults ages 18 to 60 with a BMI of 18 to 32. A study with 2 stays totaling 15 nights. You can make yourself $13,820 plus another $300 per qualified participant. They also have a trial where they're looking for healthy males and females ages 18 to 55. Females must be of non-childbearing potential. Body mass index of 18.5 to 32. 1 stay of 9 nights. You grab yourself a quick $4,055. Go to Fortrea Clinical Trials. That's Fortrea, Fortrea, clinicaltrials.com.
Whoa, Nelly is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcasts for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Tito's handmade vodka is so good and smooth, you can mix it with anything. Now, hear us out. If your usual brunch cocktail sounds like a Tito's Bloody Mary stacked with garnishes is more like Tito's. Sounds pretty good. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
True Chicago-style pizza is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. And thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. You'll enjoy it so much you won't even mind where it comes from. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made from the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy, perfectly saucy, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, loved by cheeseheads. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
ESPN Milwaukee's Gabe Neitzel. I've spent a while telling you about Mentality because it works. Not just for me, though. Take it from fellow Mentality user Jason. He's got a new lease on life thanks to Mentality.
The process was easy. It really, truly was. And the individuals that work at Mentality, very helpful, very respectful. It was an easy out. You go in a week after, they give you the results right away. And once you find that you're able to do it, just that thought, the energy already picked up a little bit. Most of it could have been mentally wise, but knowing that, hey, I get to start this, it was incredible.
Learn more today at motigusa.com.
Ho, 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 I need a window.
Baby, it's cold outside.
So where do I go? Ho,
Come on,
ho.
Santa. Go to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Put no money down, no payment, and no interest for up to 18 months.
Hella no, pay later. Ho,
That's right, Santa. Plus, our elves install year-round and in as little as 1 day. Offer ends December 31st. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. See show for details.
Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code location and other restrictions apply. See Sleeper Support Center for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-522-4700 for help.
Think you know basketball? Then try to turn your basketball knowledge into real money with the Sleeper app, the ultimate fantasy sports app that can turn game day into payday. Just download the Sleeper app and pick your favorite sports and players, like basketball star Damian Lillard. With more stats than any sports app, just choose 2 or more of your favorite players from pregame or live. Pick more or less from the predicted stats and ka-ching. You could win up to 100 times your money if your pick wins. With the Sleeper app, you can make picks anytime, even after the game starts. And only on Sleeper can you get up to 100 times payout. Check out Sleeper today and unlock one of the fastest growing fantasy sports apps in the world. Download right now and get up to a $100 deposit match. Use promo code Milwaukee and you'll get up to a $100 match on your first deposit. Just go to the App Store, download the Sleeper app today, and remember to use code Milwaukee for up to a $100 match on your first deposit. That's promo code Milwaukee.
Let's get the latest from Lambeau. This is your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. Want that mirror finish on your car? You need Z-Gloss by Z-Bart. Z-Gloss is a 3-layer ceramic coating that not only gives your car that mirror finish, it protects it from everything that Mother Nature can throw at it. Visit zbart.com for more information.
With back-to-back wins over the first-place Lions and first-place Chiefs, the Packers are now an even 6-6 on the year. They moved into the 7th and final spot in the NFC playoff picture thanks to tiebreakers over the Rams and Seahawks. But our head coach Matt LaFleur and his team thinking postseason right now?
It's one game. Now we have another primetime game on a Monday night, and the guys got to understand, you start winning some games and people start gunning for you now.
The Packers go for a 4th straight win Monday night when they visit the 4-8 New York Giants. Kickoff from MetLife Stadium is set for 7:15.
This has been your green and gold fix on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Z-Bart of Greater Milwaukee. From a seat in the stands to the best seat on the couch, Tito's handmade vodka is there on game day for every fan. Find cocktail recipes at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is coming.
Time now for Whoa Nelly.
If the topic is good, the guys discuss.
Just the other morning I had breakfast at Tracy Rocker's house. His mama brought out 15 flapjacks. He said, Mama, take back 5 of them flapjacks. I gotta stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But if it's not, the show must go on. It's time for
Whoa, Nelly!
On Wilde and Tausch.
Keeping it with those ESPN NFL Nation power rankings for a moment, because they always put the little blurb in Domovsky and the folks covering their respective teams. I was intrigued by this one this week. The most pleasant surprise for all 32 NFL teams this year. What would you say, or if you haven't seen it yet, what would you think?
I have not seen it.
What do you think Bold Bob DeBoldski identified as the most pleasant surprise for the Green Bay Packers thus far this season?
It's Jordan Love, and it's not close. That's the most pleasant surprise.
What if I told you it's not Jordan
Joe
Love?
Barry's defense. Joe Barry's defense.
I'd say Rob didn't want to take the low-hanging fruit. That's what I would tell you.
Low-hanging, yeah.
Jason knows his guy. Defensive coordinator Joe Barry, identified by Rob Domovsky as the most pleasant surprise. Would you say Joe Barry has been a pleasant surprise this year?
No.
Well, has he been a pleasant, not the most pleasant, has he been a pleasant surprise? Would you describe him that way?
He's been
incredulous.
He's been pleasant because what pleasant means is the defense is doing what we expected it to do. That's why.
Nicely done.
Veteran group.
Really well done.
Now, if you want to say, well, he's got a bunch of young players, the defense has kept him in every game, but I think 2. Teams aren't getting big plays. Outside of the Detroit first time around, teams have not put up a ton of points against this group. Joe Barry's defense has been good, but it was expected to carry the load early in the season. We shouldn't be shocked by Joe Barry's group being good. That just tells you how little people think of Joe Barry.
That just summarized the reality of the defense for the Green Bay Packers and the job that Joe Barry holds. That they're not a dominant defense by any stretch, but the low-hanging fruit, the low-hanging bar is that this would be a very pleasant surprise that they don't stink. Isn't that what he's saying? That's what Rob's saying.
Yes.
I mean, we'll talk to him on Friday, but that's what that means. And I don't disagree with him that it's a pleasant surprise because, let's be honest, we did the run it back spiel after Matt LaFleur just announced he was going to be back a day after they lost. Like, it is a little bit of it is surprising that they don't completely stink because those are our expectations. So I'm okay with that. But you're right. Jordan Love's the right answer.
Whoa, Nelly!
Didn't want those raspberries.
I like raspberries. Power rank your berries. Next on Wilde and Tausch.
Low-hanging fruit. In-season tournament quarterfinal tonight for the Milwaukee Bucks hosting the New York Knicks at Fiserv Forum. With a win, the Bucks would advance to Vegas to play the Indiana Pacers in the semifinals Thursday with the championship Saturday night. 1 to 10, how in are you on the in-season tournament, old T? 10 being super in, never been more invested in anything in your entire life.
Okay, 7.5. This has been really good for the NBA.
Really?
This has been really good. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it's because the players care. The players care.
And why
players
do they
want
care?
to go to because they like money and they want to get a trip out to Vegas. There's a couple things, and they want to be able to win a trophy. So, in the grand scheme of things, I always try to tell you, athletes aren't that much different. We get treated a lot differently.
Yeah, you do.
But from a psychological standpoint, human nature always kicks in. Oh, you got a trophy? I want that trophy. Oh, you got a $500,000 payday? I want that $500K. Oh, we're playing on different courts to make it a little special? I want to win on that court. I want to send Boston's blank packing. That's what they did. So it means a little bit more. And this isn't a world championship to these guys. But if you don't think LeBron wants to win the first of this inaugural tournament, you're not paying attention. You don't think Giannis wants to say, yeah, we got this tournament, and people might laugh 5 years down the road, but the NBA has a regular season problem. People don't care.
Yeah?
Just like I went down because I love tournaments.
That's why
Fort
you
Myers
went.
champions.
That's not why you went to Florida.
Fort Myers champions. It was a big part of why we went. I wanted to go to the Bahamas a few years ago. Didn't work out. I want to see champions.
I wanted to take pictures of my thumb with people in the photo.
That was great. Championships matter. It doesn't matter if it's a preseason NIT, a Hawaiian outing, Fort Myers chip, whatever. The players have bought into it, and that's why it's been successful.
The question, though, wasn't whether the players have bought in. The question was how invested you are, and you said 7.5.
I bought in because the players have bought in. I'm buying in.
How many tournament games have you watched?
I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
How many
7.5 minutes
games?
7.5 minutes of time I've watched. Okay?
All right.
7.5.
So I correspond on a semi-regular basis with our Bucks buddy, our good friend Justin Garcia. I love that the Bucks play a lot during the drives that Maddie and I make to and from ballet. And so it's a great I've become more invested in the Bucks, despite the departure of Drew Holiday, than ever before because I'm listening to more games, I'm listening to Justin on his shows, et cetera, et cetera. But for me, I still don't understand the logistics of this tournament. I understand it's an in-season tournament. When they announced it, though, was I the only one who thought that they would take a 2-week break from regular season games to play an actual, survive and advance tournament?
Yeah.
I never know when it's a tournament game or when it's a run-of-the-mill Tuesday game.
Look at the floor.
On the NBA schedule.
Look at the floor.
On the radio!
Yes. I'm sure Dave and Justin are painting a picture for you that the court is there. Oh, the beautiful red court in Miami. Or
so
blankety
ugly.
blank. Yes.
All those courts are ugly. As someone who loves wacky basketball court designs,
Oregon,
they're all ugly. We got to do those different next year. Also, I think they should do more of what a college basketball for next year.
A linear tournament.
For next year, they should have 4. They should have a Maui Invitational, an ESPN
right corner.
events.
They should do the college volleyball thing. Lower left corner.
No, they should have a Maui bracket, a SoCal bracket, a Vegas. Vegas is still for the champion. So whatever. Have 4 brackets, and then the winner of each bracket goes to Vegas, and they do the semis and the champion. That's my proposal for next year.
It's just hard to keep track.
Do one wacky court without all the craziness.
So I'm about a 2.5, not a 7.5. From Mr. In-Season, Mr. In-Season Tournament over here.
Whoa, Nelly!
I also texted Justin
I'll
Garcia
say this.
the other day.
I'm
going to
tell you this right
works.
now. I will never forget the Fort Myers Championship. I'll never forget.
It's because you saved that SMU guy from breaking his leg. You made a difference in that young man's life.
I will never forget the Fort Myers. I don't care if Wisconsin doesn't win against Marquette. I don't care if they don't make the tournament. I will never forget the Fort Myers Championship.
Remember the Alamo. Remember Fort Myers. Remember Tausch's
my God. There's my crew.
Photos.
There's my Coors Light Wilde Tausch crew.
Whoa, Nelly!
My guys.
They live on.
That's my crew.
They had no idea what they were signing up for when they said they wanted to.
People are having
Did they
a
sign
time of their lives
releases
down there at Fort Myers. They did not, no.
One more quick one here. Alabama backup quarterback Tyler Buckner has entered the NCAA transfer portal.
This is a good story.
As a lacrosse player. He was one of the highest recruited lacrosse players coming out of high school. Decided he wanted to play quarterback at Alabama. That didn't go so well, so now he's transferring, and he wants to pursue the lacrosse dream. Tausch, my question for you is, if you had a former teammate who entered the transfer portal to play a different sport, who would it have been, and what sport would they have gone to play?
Oh, what a great question. It would have been, and this is not. No, this is not because I just saw the greatest billiard shot of all time.
Oh my God!
Yes, it is.
Corey Hall and/or Matt Flynn to leave the pros to go shoot pool. They played a lot of pool and took a lot of people's money shooting pool. They'd go play professional billiards. That would be my pick.
Wait a minute. Did you say...
That is such a lame answer.
Okay, yeah, it's totally weak. But I'm more confused. So you sent me Larry the Cable Guy tweeting a video of a still alive lobster escaping shrink wrap. Where is this billiard shot?
No, it's on Twitter. I didn't send it to you. It's on tweets.
It looks made. By the way, it looks like it's made up. I think you got.
No, it would be. It may be, but it's the most incredible shot that I've ever seen. It's just that good.
I don't think it's possible.
Well, he just did it.
Jason watching it now?
Robots maybe did it.
I am watching it. So the dude, for those
he played great defense. He played great defense to block the 8-ball. And old boy gets it to ride the rail, spin around, and come down, and then spin off, knocking the 8-ball in without scratching.
No way. This is
if it is.
This is doctored video.
It's the greatest. But if it's the greatest billiard shot in the history of billiards, if it is real.
Okay. Jesse will reshare it from the Wilde and Tausch Twitter feed because Lord knows that Inez Ozen Inezerator, who has posted this, needs more attention for his photoshopped video.
So you're positive that that's fake?
No, my opinion is that it's fake.
I'm positive it's fake.
I don't know that. I have no evidence that it's fake other than
I don't either.
It looks fake. What is not
it's
fake?
It's unbelievable.
565 goes with their gut. Why can't we?
That's why it's unbelievable, because it's fake. What is not fake is our great partnership and your great success ever since you switched to only picking 3 things with Prize Picks.
Yeah, Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy, and Jason's right. A lot more success when I went 3, but you can go 2 to 6 players. And, if you go 6, risk-reward, people, you go 6 players, you get 25x on your money. You're not competing against me or anybody else. And now you got the NBA in-season tournament. One of my favorite, outside of the Fort Myers Classic, I probably have to say this is my favorite. And the NBA has it. I don't know if they have billiards. I don't see that. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. You got Euro basketball. You got NASCAR. You got everything you could possibly want. Download the Prize Picks app. Go to prizepicks.com today. First-time users, you put in the promo code WI, you get that 100% match up to $100. Again, download the Prize Picks app or go to prizepicks.com today.
We'll wrap things up with Mr. Tournament.
What a great shot at Gilmore there, huh? You thought that was fake, too. In fairness, y'all thought that was fake, and that was not.
No, I just thought Sarah took
it. Correct. We thought it really happened. We just thought that Sarah took it for the camera. We'll wrap things up next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Okay, it's happening.
Sound the alarms.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm.
Everyone to their positions.
Everybody calm down.
It's time.
For everybody that is wondering if we're back, if the pack is back.
The pack is back.
The Green and Gold are back to 500 and looking to make some noise down the stretch.
This is playoff team. Duh. The most obvious thing ever.
We are your home for Green and Gold talk and the Green Bay playoff plunge. 94.5 ESPN.
Circus Sports is now available at American Place. Bet on your favorite Milwaukee and Wisconsin teams, from Wisconsin football and basketball to all the Milwaukee basketball action, as well as more games nationwide. The Circus Sportsbook at American Place has 36 TVs, so you won't miss any of the action. And it's just 30 minutes from Kenosha and 45 minutes from Racine. For more information and to find out about their events, go to circusports.com. All Circus Sports bets must be placed in Illinois. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB to 833-234.
It's time for the Ortho ASAP Minute from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
I'm here with Dr. Sam Steiner. How much do you enjoy being able to help someone through really the entire process of coming back from an injury?
I mean, I think it's something very special. It's something I look forward to every day, being able to wake up, see people from the time they're injured, and then take them all the way through the process of explaining what they've had done, taking care of them, in some cases operating on them, and then afterwards being able to see the recovery and see them get back to where they want to be.
It seems to me that there is a strong connection between patient and doctor here. Why is that?
Many of us grew up in the area. We went to high schools that we now take care of. I think it's really unique and special that we can take care of people we went to school with, their families, friends of our parents at our facility. It holds you accountable. They can literally say, hey, if you don't do a good job, I'm going to tell your mom. We really have something very special and unique here at OAW.
The Ortho ASAP Minute is sponsored by Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. There is a difference.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
At every meeting, at every new beginning, at every celebration, we make better happen. At Cousin Subs, better is more than just a word. It's a promise we serve at every party. Our customizable party boxes, box lunches, party chips, and dozen cookie boxes offer the options you need to please any crowd. Whatever the occasion, we will never settle for being just good enough. Order on our mobile app or online at cousinsubs.com. Cousin Subs, we believe in better.
Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive is bringing us all together again to collect toys for children in need.
Join Capco and WTMJ for a celebration of gift giving on December 9th at the Kasmeric Center in Grafton.
This is more than just a toy drive. It's kids helping kids.
We are learning about the importance of gift giving along with other kids and families all over southeastern Wisconsin.
Experience the joy of giving on December 9th.
And don't forget to bring toys.
Help us make a difference this Christmas. Visit kidstoKidstoydrive.com.
Sharon needed legal help. She needed Gruber Law Offices.
When I think about Gruber Law Office, I think about how they took care of me, how they make sure that you get what you're supposed to get. Gruber Law Office. One call, that's all. I will always trust one call, that's all.
Injured? Call Gruber Law Offices today. One call, that's all.
They are the best. I'm very happy.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
From our MVT, most valuable tweeter, Matt Coonan. But first, Tausch has to remind us about his love of Tito's, another tea.
Oh, and you saw it yesterday. I had my Tito's scarf. I had a Tito's after the big win against Kansas City with a little cranberry. You can go with the low-hanging fruit, whatever fruit you want. But go to Tito'sVodka.com today to find those cocktail recipes crafted to be savored responsibly.
All right, Jesse, what was that tweet that we got from our MVT before we say goodbye about in-season tournaments?
Coonan says there should be an app on your phone that when you're listening on the radio to the in-season tournament, it changes the color of your floor of your car. So it looks like the court. So
That's
you
a
can tell
really
the
good
difference.
idea. It's a smart idea by our MVT.
Yeah. All right, that's it for us today.
Guys, I know the pool shot's fake. Stop coming at me.
I don't. Oh, hey, Truman. Admit that you were fooled, Truman.
I said if this is true, it's the greatest shot I've ever seen. And I agree with that statement.
Because you made it. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great day. Take care. Be good.
Miss any of today's episode of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin? Commercial-free full show podcasts are available free on Wisconsin On Demand.
Every event tells...
Tito's handmade vodka is so good and smooth, you can mix it with anything. Now, hear us out. If your usual brunch cocktail sounds like... a Tito's Bloody Mary stacked with garnishes is more like... Tito's. Sounds pretty good. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Associated Bank. Looking for a bank with home field advantage? You got it. At Associated Bank, we're more than just a bank. We're your neighbors. That's why scoring a Packers checking account is the right play for your pay. And here's the kicker. Your Packers debit card gets you 10% off at the Packers Pro Shop. Join the team today. Open your Packers checking account at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Associated Bank, the bank of the Packers since 1919. Your money works here. Member FDIC.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
They say seeing is believing. And when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sports book, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral.
I'm Christine Lisi. A potential season-altering injury for the Jaguars. Star quarterback Trevor Lawrence sprained his right ankle in the Monday Night Football loss to the Bengals. Scheduled to undergo additional testing today to determine the extent of the injury and how much time he'll miss, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. If Lawrence is out for any amount of time, backup C.J. Beathard takes his place. If Beathard starts Sunday at Cleveland, it'll be his first start in nearly 3 years. Jacksonville currently has a one-game lead in the AFC South on Indy and Houston and is the 4th seed in the AFC. Schefter's also reporting Patriots running back Ramondre Stevenson expected to miss a few weeks with a high ankle sprain. College basketball, 5th-ranked UConn expect guard Stephon Castle to return tonight against number 9 North Carolina in the Jimmy V Classic, 9 Eastern on ESPN. He's missed the last 6 games with a knee injury.
From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
Better than ever, Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance and ready to roll. We have shifted studios, but by no means lost energy. Graziano's ready to go. Serious injury in the NFL last night. Major situation continues in college. All that and more. Cam, let's do this.
Here we go! Only one place to start.
Trevor fell to the ground in his... Oh, no. I hope fell to the ground. Ball came out. Trevor hurt his leg. He's thrown the helmet off now. Oh, my goodness.
I don't have any information yet on Trevor. We're still evaluating him, so I'll probably have a better update for you tomorrow.
Monday night misery last night in Jacksonville. That city waits 12 years to get Monday Night Football, and when it finally shows up, Trevor Lawrence goes down, and we'll see how soon he can get back up. That was a terrible-looking injury for those of you who saw it last night in a game that Cincinnati ultimately won in overtime. There's a lot of consequence to a lot of this, but Graziano, my insider extraordinaire, clearly the important piece of it is the health update on Trevor Lawrence. As of this moment, what do we know?
The early reports I'm getting via text that I'm getting back this morning indicate that there's at least some optimism that it's not too terrible. Now, Doug Peterson has a press conference today, 12:30 Eastern, where he'll give an update, but it sounds like they may have avoided something very, very serious. The question for Jacksonville is your next 2 games are against the Browns and the Ravens. Like, that's 2 of the toughest defenses in the whole league, 2 AFC playoff contenders that have incentive to win. Even if he can get out there, if he's not 100%, they're obviously in a bad spot and could regret not just the injury, but losing that game.
It's hard to believe how badly that went for them last night. This is a team that, as of yesterday morning, was looking at possibly taking over the 1 spot in the AFC. And now, if he should miss the next couple of weeks, let's say, which I feel like I hear you still suggesting that's a possibility.
It's a possibility, but it's also, I think the bigger news is that it's a possibility that maybe he doesn't have to, right?
Fair.
I think that's the thing. There's a little bit of optimism optimism there that maybe it's not so bad.
So as I bring in the assembled members of the hashtag crew around us, here's what I found myself thinking. What did you say to me on TV today, Graz, about the number of starting quarterbacks? Yeah. What was it you said?
In the AFC, if Lawrence can't go this week, there are only 7 teams that would be starting the guy they started week 1 at quarterback.
So this has become one of those years.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a season, I don't know, 7-8 years ago where it felt like every quarterback got hurt. And it's just bad for the league. It's bad for the sport. It's bad for fans. It doesn't make any difference what team you root for. The sport is just far more interesting when Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence are playing. And I use those two as the example because last night was supposed to be Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence, a battle between the 2 number 1 picks, the future of the NFL, all the rest of that. And wound up with C.J. Beathard taking on Jake Browning in what was a compelling game.
Browning was pretty awesome.
I mean, he's good. I mean, he is good. And this is not meant necessarily to denigrate them as much as it is. You know, it's just been I don't know if there's any other storyline here beyond it's just been a rough year for quarterbacks.
Yeah, the guys you mentioned, you don't mention Aaron Rodgers. You don't mention Kirk Cousins. I mean, the list goes on. There are a number of guys that were playing very well or had at least high hopes for a season. Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis, right? We wanted to see him. So, yeah, it's one thing to be in a situation like the Patriots are in where you're not playing your week 1 starter by choice, but a lot of these other teams are in. But look, this is why they make the rules to try and protect these guys, right? Every time there was like a controversy about a quarterback, getting protected too much. I remember when I was on the Giants, Eli Manning was always very vocal, saying, "No, it's important. Like we matter. Like the league wants us on the field," and that's true. So. It is unfortunate that that's what's going on this year.
Well, I'm just looking at the entire 32 teams in the NFL. As far as quarterbacks that have gotten knocked out either for the season or at least for a substantial period of time. Jets, Aaron Rodgers. Bengals, Joe Burrow. Browns, Deshaun Watson. Steelers, Kenny Pickett. Colts, Anthony Richardson, as you mentioned. Now Trevor Lawrence. We hope it's not that bad. Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo. Right? That's just the AFC.
Daniel Jones.
And then, we go to the NFC.
Justin
Daniel
Fields
Jones.
missed 5 games, right?
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, Kirk Cousins out for the year. And so it goes. So, I mean, this is a mess. And if there's more to be done to protect them, I'm all in on it, Hembo, but I don't know what else they can do.
Yeah, the interesting question to me here is why? Is it just randomness? Is it just chance? Is it just bad luck? Or is it some combination of regressed offensive line play, a combination of regressed offensive line play and changes with coaching staffs? Or perhaps it's something to the extent of we're asking quarterbacks to do more things, to do different things than we used to. I mean, some combination of factors is causing the faces of the NFL to drop like flies seemingly every week, and the league could not possibly be doing more to avoid such a thing. That's the problem.
So I don't know. One way or another, it does leave me with the following question. Graziano, I remember at the beginning of the season when we were saying the AFC is a murderer's row and they've got a great quarterback everywhere you look, and it's going to be the hardest conference to win of all time. Who do you like now? Who in that conference do you believe in?
I believe that Miami can outscore anybody. I think that as their defense gets better as the year goes along, I think they become a very scary team, especially if they can get that 1 seed, that bye in those home games in January. And I think Baltimore has shown they can beat anybody. The problem we have with Miami is they haven't beat anybody good. The problem we have with Baltimore is they've given away some games. They look like they don't really know how to close in the fourth quarter. The answer to your question is kind of nobody, but like almost Miami and almost Baltimore.
I just am looking at Miami's season. Every team they've beaten is bad.
Yes.
They've beaten the Chargers, the Patriots, the Broncos, who've gotten better, but they scored 70 points in that game. The Giants, the Panthers, the Patriots again, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Commanders. The 3 games they've played against good teams, which is Buffalo, the Eagles, and the Chiefs, they've lost all 3. So I don't know if I believe in them. Right. I don't know if I believe in Baltimore. I didn't think I believed in Jacksonville before yesterday anyway, and now the injury there is significant. Can you buy into Houston? I mean, that's a rookie quarterback.
Yeah,
I don't know who the hell to believe in that conference.
You just saw the Dolphins up close last week.
Yes.
We know that they can outscore bad teams.
Yes.
They have made that exceedingly clear. What is interesting to me, Jalen Ramsey's played 5 games since he came back from his injury. The Dolphins lead the NFL in defensive efficiency during that span, and that takes into account the quality of the teams that you play. So it's not just inflated because they've played bad teams. That, to me, is a pretty lethal combination. If they can score to some extent the same way that they can against bad teams, against good teams.
Right.
If they actually have an elite defense, it's hard for me not to view them as the favorite if the playoffs started today.
They did take a hit up front, though, a couple weeks ago, right, with Jalen Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So yes, as they get healthier on the back end, banged up front. But yeah, I think it's a new defense. It's Vic Fangio coming in as a first-year coordinator there, and they've had to learn it on the fly. So I do think there's something to be said for they're a better defensive team now than they were early in the season. And offensively, as long as everybody's healthy, my goodness.
I'm Greeny. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. The other thing, by the way, here's just a little note. I think Cam may have put this on the screen. Last season, 68 different players started a game at quarterback.
Yeah.
That was the most ever. Do we know, Cam? I assume that was you that put that up there, where we are now in this year?
I'm not sure, but we can get those numbers.
We have to be approaching
up to 49.
49. Oh. And there are 6 weeks left in the season? 5.
Goodness.
God.
Yeah.
It's tough.
68, though. That's more than two a team.
Yeah, this is not like brand new is the point here. I mean, this is a thing. Like, your backup quarterback matters a lot. How well you protect your quarterback, your first, second, or third string quarterback, matters a lot. Like, the teams that wind up getting that right are going to be the final four teams standing at the very end.
Backup quarterback is not the number 53 spot on an NFL roster. It's more important than that.
You know, it's interesting because I was going to get to this a little later, but I guess I'll say it. Dan, someone I assume you have a lot of respect for, and I most certainly do, is Bill Polian, who is someone who worked here at ESPN for a long time, and I got to know him well. And there was almost no one I have enjoyed over the course of my whole career talking to off the air about football than Bill. And if you recall the year that Peyton got hurt, they went to Curtis Painter.
Yes.
And he looked, with all due respect to him and the Painter family, like he didn't know which end zone they were trying to matriculate toward. And I remember, and they wound up getting the first pick in the draft, and they got Andrew Luck, and the rest was history. But I remember asking Polian about it years later. Why weren't you prepared with a more capable backup? And he said, here was the way I viewed it. We were a championship team. That was our only goal. If Peyton got hurt, it didn't make any difference who we put in there. We could no longer win a championship. So I was not going to dedicate any resources to that when they could help me get one more linebacker, one more tight end, one more receiver, one more person who can help Peyton win me a championship. And I'm just going to roll the dice that Peyton doesn't get hurt, because if he does, I might have someone who can still win me 4 games, but I can't win the championship. Does that still apply?
I think for some teams it does, right? I mean, the famous example, obviously, of the Eagles Super Bowl championship team with Nick Foles. Obviously, they had a good backup, but obviously a stacked roster otherwise. So maybe that expenditure wasn't as devastating as it might have been for Bill, who, by the way, I echo everything you said about Bill. I used to do NFL Insiders with him, and some of those times in the green room were just some of the most educational I've spent with regard to football. So, I think one of the problems is, like, you have to, like, you can't just order a backup to sign with you, right? Like, if you wanted to get Gardner Minshew this offseason and you were the Jets, like, the Colts were probably offering a better opportunity, right, for a guy that maybe wanted to start, like, because they didn't know who they were going to draft, if anybody yet. And whereas, if you go to the Jets, you're behind Aaron Rodgers. So I think there's something to be said for insulating it. I think the ideal situation is probably what the Bengals have. Right? Like, he's a guy, Jake Browning, who has been in their system for 3 years, knows the offense, knows how to get the ball to the playmakers. He can't do everything Joe Burrow can do, but he can run your offense, and you can at least have some faith that he's going to do it. So there's a number of different approaches, it's important. It's more important than some teams treat it.
Greeny with you here, and you can be a part of Greeny Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper, the one that fans deserve. One more thing before I let you go. Everyone has been weighing in on the huge college football controversy, Dan, as just an observer of the passing scene, a fan of the sport and of sports in general. What is your take on it?
As someone who runs a rather complex college bowl contest every year that Hembo knows something about, I like the idea of them making the best 4-team field. And I think that stinks for Florida State. It really does, because they assess and go, they don't have their starting quarterback. We don't think they're one of the best 4 teams. College football rankings have always been subjective, except there was a stretch where they tried to leave it to computers, and nobody liked that either. But I think there has to be, and until such time as everybody's playing the same schedule, I think there have to be subjective criteria. And if they went and said the best 4-team field does not have Florida State in it, then I find it hard to argue with it. I get all the arguments about best team, most deserving team, whatever. I think they're trying to put together the best 2-round college football tournament, and I think there's a case to be made that they did.
That doesn't eat at you somewhere, though? Like, there isn't something in you as a sports fan that says that's not the way sports work? Like, we don't reward teams because we want to create the best 4-team tournament. We reward teams because they earned something on the field of play?
But again, you don't have an equivalent, like, If Florida State played the same schedule as Alabama and was undefeated, then yes, 100%. But you don't. You have to assess these other factors. And if you decide that Alabama's the better team as presently constituted, then I think you got to put them in. Look, I think to me, I want to watch 2 great football games. In the national semifinals. And historically, they have not been great games. So I don't want to be sitting there in the second half wondering what else is on. I'm fine with what happened.
See, the thing, Dan, though, is like in the 1980s, I would understand what you're saying.
Yes.
Like, we didn't have the methodology to do what we can now. But we have metrics that say it's harder to go undefeated using Florida State's schedule than it was to have a one-loss season with Alabama's schedule.
And so, Texas's.
And everyone except for Washington and Michigan.
But that Florida State team is not the current Florida State team, right? Like, I mean, like that's unfortunate, but that's the case. And I know it hasn't always worked this way. I remember the first one where Ohio State got in with its 3rd-string quarterback and won the whole thing. I get all that, but that was an assessment saying, well, this team's still good enough. But they watched Florida State play their last couple of games and decided they weren't.
Let me ask you a question. Who would you favor on a neutral field, Georgia or Washington?
Georgia.
Okay, so they didn't put the 4 best teams in, because I agree with you.
Yeah.
And anyone on that committee would say the same. But I think they did both, is what I'm saying.
But I think it starts with the idea of the conference tournament champions. And I think the committee has been fairly consistent throughout history with that, right? Like, with maybe some exceptions. Mm-hmm. So you have 5 conference tournament champions. One's got to be left out. How do you decide? And the way they decided was the other 4 have their quarterback.
Danny, you're the best. Thank you very much. Let us know if you hear anything on Lawrence. We will be here for the remainder of the day. Coming up next, I will explain how the worst thing that can happen to a person happened to me yesterday. That's next on ESPN Radio.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third-quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice-cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Kyle Bruston Nortman, weekdays from 2 to 5, presented by Bud Light, the official beer of the NFL.
What does Ben got his cheeks clapped mean?
That means you got your cheeks clapped. Your cheeks got clapped by Rob.
Wow. Kyle Bruston Nortman.
I like making Brad uncomfortable.
Wait, that's uncomfortable?
No, it's a good one. It's just I've never heard it phrased that way.
Right here on 94.5 ESPN. And subscribe to the show on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
Will they find a home? Sponsored by Geico. Susan has always wanted to live in a chateau. I like a certain je ne sais quoi. While Jake is more into the Cape Cod style home.
It's a classic look.
Compromise is tough, but these two won't have to compromise when they bundle home and car insurance with Geico. It's easy, and they could save even more. In the end, Susan and Jake found a Cape Cod style home where they will only speak French.
Bonjour, je t'aime, merci beaucoup, and cordon bleu.
You'll get better with time. Bundling without compromise at geico.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We've told you about Moses Hadara.
The diamond cutter who created the Kessler 81.
The magical diamond that vibrates with light.
Kessler's works with crazy diamond cutters.
Geniuses who create wonderful, spectacular,
crazy diamond shapes.
The one thing these crazy genius diamonds all have in common
is that they explode with light.
The Kessler Emerald Cut diamond sends out rippling waves of light, like water lapping onto a beach.
The Kessler Square Radiant Diamond glows like the sun on the horizon.
Sometimes sunrise,
sometimes sunset.
Come to Kessler's.
Come to Kessler's.
Come to Kessler's.
Ask to see the rippling waves of light, like water on the beach.
Ask to see the glow that looks like sunrise and sunset.
Ask to see the Kessler Crazy Genius Diamonds.
See them for yourself.
See them for yourself.
See them for yourself.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Q Club of Wisconsin is your hangout spot for watching sports, playing games, and having some drinks. Mike, what do you have going on over there?
Gary, we have so much going on. We're still the place to be on game days to catch the green and gold. Book a holiday party in our VIP room, which includes a private pool table, 2 shuffleboard tables, and 4 dartboards. Plus, we have great live music every Saturday night. And of course, we've got our fish fry on Wednesdays and Fridays, where you know we pile it high.
All happening at the Q Club of Wisconsin, North Grandview Boulevard in Waukesha. Check out QClubofWisconsin.com.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
The big guy needs some help this holiday season, so of course he's going to the Corners of Brookfield, just like you. Find something for everyone at the Corners. The 30-plus retailers and restaurants are sure to check off every wish on your lists, and the Corners has 15-minute parking for a quick in and out. But if there's a gift only Santa can deliver, head to the Market Square for a special North Pole mailbox. Letters are accepted until December 22nd. This season, the perfect gift is right around the Corners. Visit thecornersofbrookfield.com for more.
Previously on Grainy.
To my wife, the menu in a restaurant is a suggestion. Her response is a demand. We have now officially defined the difference between a suggestion and a demand. The restaurant suggests you eat this. My wife demands I'm eating that. And if not, I'm eating somewhere else.
This is Greeny.
Greeny with you on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. So over these many years, I've talked a great deal about Stace. And one of the things that I've pointed, I'm a man who once wrote a book called Why My Wife Thinks I'm an Idiot. That's how long this has been going on. And unfortunately, when it comes to this marriage, the worst thing that can happen happened to me yesterday. I'll explain in 30 seconds after this word from Farm Fresh. Get real and keep it real this holiday season by buying real Christmas trees. Did you know that buying real Christmas trees helps save the American Christmas tree farming industry? For every 10 Christmas trees planted, an acre of land is saved, and so are American farmers' jobs. Plus, buying real Christmas trees helps keep real holiday memories alive while helping our environment. Buy real Christmas trees this holiday season at Lowe's or wherever Christmas trees are sold. Get more information online at getrealkeepitreal.com. All right, here's an example of when keeping it real can go wrong. So this is what happened to me yesterday. I'm just going to tell it to you straight. And every married man in this audience is going to know exactly why this was so horrifying. So in the morning, Stace texts me and says there's this information that we need before the end of the year for tax purposes. Where should she get it? And I said, there's two people who handle our finances. Their names are Mark and Jason. I said, call Mark and Jason. They'll send it over. She said, no, they don't handle that. I said, yes, they do. They've always sent it to us before. Call them and they'll send it over. So about a half hour later, I get a text from her that says, just talk to Mark and Jason. They've never handled this for us. We have to get it from Richard, who is an entirely other person I hadn't mentioned. I wrote back, well, maybe we actually went to Mark and Jason's office to pick it up rather than sending it to us. And she wrote back, you're adorable. So what happened here was we had a discrepancy. We had a debate. We had a dispute over how one thing has historically been handled over, the many years of our marriage. I was positive I was right, almost condescendingly so. And then I turned out to be wrong. Let me tell you, this is something that is going to come up at my funeral. I hope that's a long way off, but when I die, Stace is going to tell this story. Yes, there was that one time that Michael said to get the information from Mark and Jason. On my deathbed, she will remind me of this happening yesterday. There are no words to describe. If I could go back in time and undo practically anything, I would go back and undo that text conversation and say, I'm not quite sure where we get that. Can you ask a few people? Because there are 2 or 3 different, it's not like 100 different places we might be getting this information. It involves our taxes. So there's really only, candidly, 2 places that we could have gotten it, at either Mark and Jason or Richard, who are 2 separate denominations of people. And in this case, I didn't guess Mark and Jason. I was positive it was Mark and Jason, and I was wrong. And here's the worst part of it all. I got home yesterday, and she didn't mention it. It hasn't come up yet. That's worse. Way better if this gets out in the open quickly. Oh, Michael, how about Mark and Jason sending us the tax stuff? I was wrong, and then we can go on. But that hasn't happened yet. She's saving it. And she is going to spring it on me at the worst possible moment. So this is worse than having lost an argument. What it says on the screen is that I lost an argument with my wife. That's not really what happened. I told her that we always do something, and I turned out to be wrong. That's way worse than losing an argument. I lose every argument anyway. I am voted down routinely in our debates by a final score of 1-1. That's how everything works. She says yes, I say no, so we do it. That's how every marriage works. That's marriage 101. In this case, I was convinced of something, and it turns out to be wrong. And I will never, and I mean never, hear the end of this. I'm just waiting for her to bring this up. It's so strategic. She's strategically brilliant and devious. She's just holding this for a moment. Maybe like when Stevie gets back. Like we have, Stevie's been in Europe. So maybe when he comes back, we all have our first family dinner together. Oh, what did we miss? Stevie did this. Oh, what did we miss with Nikki? Oh, here's what she did. Oh, kids, wait till you hear what your father did. That's when this is coming up. So my point is, not only is it not over, it hasn't even yet really begun.
Yeah, this is going to be a recurring issue.
Oh, dead.
Because you might not hear about this until next year.
Yeah.
When you have to pull the same information. And then the next year when you have to pull the same information. I mean, you might as well postmark this in your calendar as being an annual event.
Correct.
So you might wind up hearing about it sometime, in the next couple of weeks or months. That's very possible. But the thing that will make it way worse is when you've totally forgotten about it. You have the same quandary next year, and that's when she comes in for the kill.
Yeah, and it also makes me worried. I don't know if anyone else listening has had this kind of experience, but as I've gotten older, one thing that I find very frustrating is that things of which I am certain turn out to be wrong. If there's one thing I've always had, it is a very good memory. And that, I think, has contributed to my career. I remember things that happen in sports. I could tell you right now. I mean, you want to name it. The Jets, December 27th, 1981 is the year they played their first playoff game in my lifetime. 31-27, we lost to Miami. A week before that, December 20th, 1981, was the one more sack game, 11 sacks against Green Bay. I mean, things like that stick in my head. And they always have. I remember names, dates, faces, places, all that stuff. And as I'm getting older, what I'm finding is my degree of certainty over my memory has not wavered. But I am often not right. Like, here's the worst of it. This might be the most ridiculous example I'll ever give you, but this happened, I want to say, very late in the Mike and Mike days, so this was probably 2016 or 17. Somehow in a conversation, don't ask me how, the name Fred Patek came up. Remember Freddie Patek? Infielder for the Kansas City Royals. You don't know who Freddie Patek is?
What was his era?
In the 70s. He
that's much too recent for me.
He was on all those Royals teams that played against the Yankees. And I said he was on the George Brett teams, all those Kansas City teams that played the Yankees in the ALCS. Every year it felt like in the
68 to 81 he played.
And I said, Freddie Patek, little second baseman for the Kansas City Royals. And someone said he didn't play second, he played short. And I said, no, I remember Freddie Patek. You don't tell me where he played. He played second base. You just looked him up. Where did he play?
He played 16 games at second base and 1,600 games at shortstop.
I was wrong. I was as positive about that as I could possibly be.
Freddie Patek.
And I was wrong. It's the Freddie Patek example. You have no idea how many times I've thought of that since. Anytime I ever misremember something, the first name that comes to my mind is Freddie Patek. Sort of, a little remembered second baseman for the Kansas City Royals. In fact, so little remembered that he was a shortstop, and I didn't even remember that. That is terrible, because if I don't have that, what do I have? I'm good at so little.
So misremembering this is an honest mistake. I think it's the arrogance with which you asserted your certainty, that was the downfall here. So let's peel back just a little bit with how sure we are that we know stuff that we might not.
Well, that's my point. That is called getting older 101, and I don't like it. Of all the things about getting older, that is my least favorite, is that I now have to double-check myself on things that I'm convinced I know. In fact, as we write our books, I'm sitting there, and there's stuff in the book that we have coming out next year that I'm doing from memory, because this one is less about facts than it is about a lot of opinion and emotion and stuff. And I'm actually double checking myself sometimes, which I've never done, to make sure I'm remembering things correctly. So anyway, that's a long way of saying that this is going to suck. I mean, there are no words to describe how brutal this is going to be. And I think right now, driving wherever you are in America, listening to this conversation, whether you're on the Kennedy or you're on the LIE or you're on the 405 or any other highway in America, listening to this conversation, if you're a married man, you're nodding. Yep, Greenie, I wouldn't trade places with you right now for anything. That is the worst possible place to be. She's got the chip. She can hold it. She can play it whenever she wants.
You have to be the one that brings it up.
No, but that won't do it. Like that's a rookie opinion on your part there. You haven't been married long enough. That only makes it worse. Because when you bring it up, they know why you're bringing it up. See, there's nothing you ever do or think about that they haven't already thought through endlessly. So she'll know that I'm bringing it up for a reason.
So she'll dismiss it if you bring it up.
No,
it'll just make it worse. It'll compound it. She already has figured out how she's going to parry that and use it even more against me. There are no words to describe the absolute conundrum that I am in. All right, Greeny with you on ESPN Radio, as we mentioned here, presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Let me bring in the other members of the assembled hashtag crew here. We got Cam and Bubba. Cam and Bubba, let's start with your perspective, if we can, on the AFC. I brought this up with Graziano a few minutes ago. Neither one of you are married, so you don't have really a perspective on this, unless one of you feels like sharing some words of wisdom that will mean nothing to anyone. What would you like to say about the whole thing?
Well, all I know is I'm going to remember forever that Richard is the person who has the document. So
yeah, Richard has the document.
And I know where Freddie Patek played now.
Yeah. So those are two things you've learned from this program.
We've learned a lot.
Yeah.
You've learned nothing.
You learned that Richard does the taxes and Freddie Patek played shortstop. This has been this morning's educational moment, brought courtesy of hashtag Greeny on ESPN Radio. Now here's another. Trevor Lawrence, down. We'll see when he gets up. Joe Burrow, down. Backup looks pretty good. Aaron Rodgers, down. Team has turned into a circus. Who else do we have in the AFC? Patrick Mahomes, pretty much the only guy standing on his team who looks like he has any idea what he's doing. Who else in the AFC? Denver, incredibly mediocre. Ravens, Dolphins. Dolphins haven't beaten anybody good all year. Ravens, how can you trust them? Late in big games, they always find a way to lose. Who do you like? Who in the AFC, Bubba, do you believe in?
Well, I don't know if I believe him per se, but as far as what team do we think is in the driver's seat right now, I do think it's the Dolphins, because I think their next 3 games are all at home: Titans, Jets, Cowboys, and if they're able to win those games, because obviously they want to be at home, that's where they excel the best, and then they have the Ravens. They finish with the Ravens and the Bills. So if they finish strong, they need to be the 1 seed. And if they have the 1 seed at home, they can do damage in the playoffs. So I think the Dolphins are in the best possible position right now, given their schedule, the amount of home games they have. They have 4 home games to finish right now against some pretty easy teams. I think the Dolphins are in a great position to do some damage in the playoffs, which we weren't thinking earlier, considering some of their bad losses.
Cam.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like, you're listing off all those teams, and like we said, one of them has to be, the favorite in the AFC. And I feel like even, we were talking about the Eagles yesterday. They have the best record in football, full of flaws. Like, every single team has tons of flaws. There's no team that's head and shoulders above the rest. So I think when you boil it all down to that in the AFC, the Chiefs are probably still should be the favorite, because when they get to the playoffs and everyone has these different flaws and Achilles heels, and kryptonites.
Could have lived without that.
Yeah, I apologize. Poor choice of words. The cream rises to the top, and the Chiefs know how to win in the playoffs. So I feel like once they get there, everything else will even out, and they'll be like, oh, well, we know how to do this, and no one else does, so it'll be us at the end.
Hembo, what do the numbers say?
Right now, Miami is the best team. Like I mentioned when Graziano was with us, this is the number 1 defense in the NFL over the last 5 weeks since Jalen Ramsey came back. And I think Tyreek Hill is the most individually outstanding player in the league right now at any position. He's got a real chance to become the first player in history with 2,000 yards. Yes, Greeny.
I'm raising my hand. You say in their last 5 games, the Dolphins have been the best defense in the league?
That's right.
In that stretch, they've played New England, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Commanders, in addition to Kansas City. Mm-hmm. So they've played the Patriots, who are the worst offense ever, the Raiders, who are pretty close, the Jets, who are somehow even worse than the worst offense ever, and the Commanders, who stink on ice.
That's right.
So, again, I need to see it. You show me them play that kind of defense against Dak, I'll be with you. All of this is leading me to a place. Are you still looking for amazing gifts? At Total Wine & More, you'll find gifts for everyone on your list. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. Be 21. The place it's leading me to is Western New York. I'm here to tell you the Buffalo Bills are live. They are dangerous. Because if you ask me to name the best player in the AFC, and the slander has really rubbed me wrong, the best player in the AFC is Josh Allen. Josh Allen is incredible. I said it briefly yesterday because I had been away for so long. The last time we saw Josh Allen play in a game, his team lost in overtime to Philadelphia. There were 106 players in uniform that day. The best by far was Josh Allen. No one was even close. Josh Allen was first. No one was second. You could start arguing over who was third. If Allen is on the field, that team has a chance to beat anybody. I like them in Miami. I like them in Baltimore. I like them in Kansas City. Buffalo's problem is they may not get in. They got a tough path to get in. But you put Josh Allen in the playoffs, I think he's got a real shot.
Here's the thing. I could see Josh Allen and the Bills winning any of those games, but I don't think that I could see them winning all of those games. And that's what it's going to require, because they're going to be the 7 seed in all likelihood, meaning they would probably have about as difficult path to the Super Bowl as any team that's ever gotten there. And he's plenty good enough by himself, but this is the worst defense that he's ever played with. He's playing behind a, relatively speaking, average offensive line, and to go on the road 3 straight times in those environments, that's where you lose me. I think they're very capable of winning any of those games, but not all of those games.
Can they win at Kansas City this weekend?
Yes, that line's really small, actually. The Kansas City Chiefs are only something like a field goal favorite.
Then they're home against the Cowboys. Then they get the Chargers, Patriots, and Dolphins. The Dolphins might have nothing to play for in that final game of the regular season. Remains to be seen. If they split with Kansas City and Dallas, they will beat the Chargers and the Patriots. They will get in. That'll be 3 wins. They finish 9-8. You wind up getting in. And, that would be 4 wins. So you get to 10-7. You get in. And now you tell me who they can't beat. You tell me what game on their schedule they can't win. Because when you say they can't win all those games, someone has to. And I don't believe in any of these teams any more than I believe in him. I'll take a short break on that thought. Back with more in just a moment. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Amanda. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is that they're so easy for the holidays. They're warm and flavorful. It's always the crowd pleaser. When I put down a nugget tray, everyone is happy.
Hey, this is Brian, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nugget trays is the joy that it brings to me and everybody around me during the holidays. They're warm, juicy, and delicious.
Cater the holidays with Chick-fil-A today. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at Bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
Bikers need protection, not just from other drivers, but unfortunately from insurance companies too. If you've been injured in a motorcycle crash, call Gruber Law Offices today. Bikers are often blamed for causing the accident because the insurance companies simply don't want to pay. At Gruber Law Offices, we've been fighting for injured bikers and their families for more than 30 years. Trust us to fight for what you deserve. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Hi, it's John Reitz from Great Midwest Bank, and you gotta love finding change in the junk drawer, or even better, a 20 in your laundry or pants pocket, right? But the best source of extra cash may be in the walls of your home. All right, wait. Now, put down the sledgehammer and tap into the value of your house by setting up a home equity line of credit and experience a state of tranquility, knowing funds are there when you need them. Get started at GreatMidwestBank.com. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
It's never too early to start making your list and checking it twice. Give the gift of a delicious Milwaukee food and city tours experience this holiday season. From a walking tour on Brady Street to our tacos and tequila bus tour or our beloved Christmas bakery bus tour, we have something for all tastes. Plus, we're offering a 15% discount on all gift card purchases through the end of the year. Send your clients, colleagues, or family this delicious gift at MilwaukeeFoodTours.com.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Looking for a fun family activity to get in the holiday spirit?
Visit or volunteer for Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive in Grafton on Saturday, December 9th.
It's a totally free event. Capco is dedicated to bringing communities together and has collected nearly 300,000 toys through Kids to Kids.
Join us in WTMJ for a celebration of giving and bring a new unwrapped toy to help children in need this holiday season.
To support, visit kidstokids.toydrive.com.
And don't forget to bring toys.
Isn't this the best time of year? Wisconsin has the green and gold, Milwaukee Hoops, Wisconsin football, basketball, and volleyball. What more can Wisconsin sports fans ask for? As Wisconsin's 3PL, Evans Transportation knows that it takes a team effort to make things happen. And when it comes to manufacturers' accounting, shipping, and tracking needs, Evans is the supply chain team you're looking for. Good luck to all Wisconsin teams from Wisconsin's 3PL in Delafield. Find them at evanstrands.com. That's evanstrands.com.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tausch here for my friends at Kohler Services. Are you thinking about updating your bath or shower? Well, turn to Kohler Services for end-to-end bath and shower remodeling, where Kohler design consultants and installers do the work for you. Family-owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. Start enjoying your bath or shower right now with a special offer. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast, professional installation always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Hey, this is Gary Ellison for my good friends at the Jewelry Center. It's the only place I go when I'm looking to get some new jewelry. Dean and his team are always friendly and know just what I'm searching for when I stop by. I may not always know what type of jewelry I want, but the professionals there sure do. Plus, if I need repairs on watches or other jewelry, the Jewelry Center does that too. Find the Jewelry Center in Burlington, Brookfield, and Greenfield, or shop their entire collection online, including their popular Lightbox lab-grown diamonds at shoptjc.com.
For general contest rules, visit espnwisconsincontest.com.
Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid 12/4 through 12/15. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/L/pro loyalty terms. Subject to change.
Greeny with you on ESPN Radio. A moment for Vivid Seats. Bowl season, basketball, hockey, pro football, all in action. Vivid Seats has it all for you and your ticket gifting needs this holiday season. See every one-timer, every touchdown, every slam dunk live and in person with great deals on great seats. Plus, with Vivid Seats rewards, you earn rewards with every purchase. They're here for us fans, offering unbeatable rewards like surprise seat upgrades, free tickets, annual birthday discounts, and more. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. All right, before any other business gets done, Hembo, give me a little green light. There's a lot of stuff going on in baseball, and I'm not following it closely. I need you to catch me up.
Yeah, the winter meetings are happening right now, this week, as we speak, and there are two big questions that I have, and, well, baseball universe has. The first is obvious. Who emerges as the favorite to sign Shohei Ohtani? The latest reporting that we have, some of which has come from our own Jeff Passan, is that this has become a four-horse race, including the Dodgers, the Blue Jays, the Cubs, and, God forbid, the chance that he might go back to the Angels. Buster only tweeted yesterday that is very much on the list of options because, in other words, Shohei Ohtani might want to just continue to live with the devil he knows, a place where he's comfortable, a place where he's happy, and a place where he can sort of have his own program. That is the $500 million question. We'll see this week. I think we'll at least get some movement as to which team becomes the favorite to sign him, and there are some that believe that it will happen this week, given the fact that he has had so much time to ponder this decision, and teams have had so much time to work on their pitch.
Do you think that the way baseball's contracts are structured, which is to say he is going to make a decision now and that will be the rest of his career, and increasingly we are seeing that with players, younger players, because teams have finally figured out that giving 9-year contracts to 30-year-olds doesn't make sense, so they give them to 26-year-olds and at least they get some bang for their buck along the way. But I'm going to make a comparison that I don't know if it's apples to apples. But there was a moment in time when the NBA started becoming like a free-for-all. It was almost like there was a transfer portal. It felt like star players were changing teams every 10 minutes, and players started signing 2-year deals, 3-year deals, big stars going from place to place. And I remember going on the air and saying, I think this is terrible for the league. I think this will be really bad for the NBA. And I have subsequently said many times, including directly to Adam Silver in a conversation, I couldn't have been more wrong. I think that the changing of the shaking up of everything has turned out to be really good for the sport. It brings renewed interest in different teams. It brings renewed interest in different people. It brings some in and some out of the party, especially in a world where fans attach themselves more to individual players than they do to teams. Now, baseball really isn't in that world. There are a very small handful of players in baseball who probably attract that level of passion from their fans. Do you think baseball would be better if wherever Shohei Ohtani was going right now, he was going to sign a 3-year contract?
Oh, 100%.
It would be better.
It would be massively better. The player movement in some sports has become more interesting than the games themselves.
Yeah.
And in the case of Ohtani, if he winds up deciding to stay with the Angels and, for all intents and purposes, play the remainder of his career there, that would be a disaster for capital B baseball. Just like it has been a disaster for baseball, then Mike Trout, our version of Mickey Mantle, our version of Willie Mays, our version of Joe DiMaggio, who has toiled in anonymity in Anaheim over the last decade because he elected to stay there. That's a really, really bad thing for baseball. But the way that the contracts are structured, that's the world in which we live. The longer the contracts are, the more you can spread that money out, the more guarantees you can offer the players. And I think Ohtani, basically wherever he signs, if it's a 10 or 15-year deal, is a bad thing for baseball, but especially if it's not going to make him relevant nationally on a daily basis.
All right, so I mean, like Bryce Harper would have fallen in that category, right? Harper's, how long is his deal in Philly?
13 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, if a guy like Bryce Harper is changing teams every few years, I understand. He is one of the great players of his generation. Mike Trout is another. And would we be in a better place if these guys were moving around? It would require a complete revamping of baseball's setup, and I don't know that the players would go for it, because if I'm a player, I want a 13-year contract too. So the toothpaste is probably just out of the tube on this whole conversation.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not sure that it's on the list of options, but the fact that Mike Trout, as a 25-year-old, was, quote unquote, allowed to sign a 10-year, $426.5 million contract, what human being would not do that?
Right.
It's very difficult to tell the player don't do that and to see the greater good. But if you're running the league and you're sitting there in an office in New York City, you're saying to yourself, okay, so Bryce Harper's going to Philadelphia for the next 13 years. If they're not good, we're probably not going to be talking much about one of the brightest stars in our sport, and baseball is the only sport for which that dynamic is in play.
Greeny with you, coming to you live from the Seaport District at Pier 17, brought to you by Chase. Speaking of which, I am everywhere I go in New York, I got people asking me about Juan Soto.
He is the apple of their eye. In my opinion, Juan Soto is the perfect Yankee, like the perfect elixir to all of what has ailed the Yankees, because he provides that lineup everything that it does not have and what they cannot produce. He's a left-handed hitter. He is an absolute superstar with a shrewd batting eye who you can hit before or after Aaron Judge and have the best tandem, the best lineup tandem that you have had since Maris and Mantle in the early 60s. It is not hyperbole to say that. The problem is that Juan Soto is entering a contract year. The problem is that Scott Boras is Juan Soto's agent. And the problem is that they are not going to sign a contract extension now. He is going to reach free agency. And so the Yankees have to decide, are we willing to deal prospects for potentially 1 year of Juan Soto when we might not just be 1 year away?
So the capital B baseball part of this that I find interesting is I remember, and I don't feel like it was that long ago, when baseball's winter meetings were fascinating. They were above the fold, to use an ancient phrase. But on Mike and Mike, we talked about them all the time. We'd get Peter Gammons and Jason Stark and Tim Kirchin and Buster and guys like that on, and it would always be. And I feel like they have really been relegated to the back page, if you will. Why is that? What did I miss?
You didn't miss anything, but the problem with baseball's offseason is that it's a trickle. Like in the NFL, when the league year starts, we find out like 100 guys are signing with new teams.
Didn't with the winter meetings, weren't they like that for a little while? Like we'd start paying attention immediately and A-Rod would sign like day 2.
Yes.
We didn't have to wait until February.
And the way that the market develops now is just different because we have more GMs like me and less GMs like you. And that is good for like the bottom line, but it's bad for capital B baseball. I wouldn't be surprised if we went through this whole week and barely anything happened. I wouldn't be surprised either if a lot of things happen. The problem is the biggest names in the market now, they want to see how it develops over the course of a long period of time to maximize their payout. Whereas before, those guys would set the market right away. Like they'd be prepared on day one of free agency. Okay, we are going to sign this massive contract, and we've known all along that this was going to be the team for about this price. Call it tampering, call it whatever you want. That just isn't the case anymore. Bryce Harper and Manny Machado that one offseason signed in February and March. Those guys used to set the market. Now they react to it.
Yeah, it's so interesting to me, the dynamic of this and how much it has changed. Because forever it was the baseball winter meetings. That was by far the most interesting off-season that any major sport had. And now it has been greatly surpassed by the NBA's legal tampering and all that kind of stuff. And then the NFL has the start of their free agent year and everyone's waiting on someone's doorstep at midnight and everything else. I feel like that there's something about that that's somewhat sentimental, nostalgic.
The best one we ever had was 2 years ago, before baseball had its long work stoppage, because there was this deadline, and everyone had to get their stuff done before a certain deadline. That's when they wiped off all the players from Major League Baseball's website. That was the best winter meetings. That was the best period, and now we're just going to have this thing trickle all the way until spring training.
All right, we'll continue here as we go. There's a little green light from Hembo for you as we work our way through this baseball offseason. Coming up, we'll go back to football, and yesterday was the day that the circus came to town. You ever smelled a circus? Doesn't smell so good. We'll explain why next.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of me.
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on the college football superfan who painted their back window in school colors and their side windows and the mirrors and most of the windshields. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? Get a rate based on you with DriveWise in the Allstate app.
Not available in California, subject to terms and conditions. Some states participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating, while in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Football guy.
What the hell happened to Bucky on your hat?
Football guy.
A lot of wear and tear for old B.
Coming at it from different views.
I'm just saying, he's well worn. I mean, his face is missing. Okay, well, it's probably time for me to freshen that up. Bucky wants to flip you off right now.
Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Also sponsored by Coors Light. Weekdays 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN. And available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Hear that? It's the sound of a winning December at Potawatomi. Play with your club card December 7th, 14th, and 21st. The more you play, the bigger your share of $400,000 in reindeer rewards. And like a classic Midwest winter, the wins can really pile up. Dash to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for your reindeer rewards. $400,000 worth. Learn more at paysbig.com. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
On the actual day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a 12-pack of Lakefront, 11 Jims of Beaming, 10 Royals Crowning, 9 Johnny's Walking, 8 Wines of Sparkling, 7 Miller's Lighting, 6 Geese a Graying, 5 Chardonnays, 4 Spotted Cows, 3 Cabernets, 2 gift cards from just one trip to Discount Liquor.
Hi, this is Marie from Discount Liquor. 'Tis the season to check out Discount Liquor's tremendous selection of over 2,000 varieties of beer, 3,000 types of liquor, and over 8,000 wines from around the world. And yes, we do carry 8 varieties of ready-to-drink eggnog. Celebrate this most festive time with a great selection of beautifully packaged liquor gift sets, sure to make you the hit of the party or as a perfect gift for the liquor connoisseur on your shopping list. Discount Liquor, 2 locations in Milwaukee on 51st in Oklahoma and in downtown Waukesha on Main and Barstow.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings. Discount Liquor.
See all of our weekly specials at discountliquorinc.com.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano here. You know, I've played sports my entire life, been hurt a lot of times, but never had been injured until I had to stop doing the sports I enjoyed because my knee flat wouldn't allow it. I visited Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, where they took great care of me. I put my knee in their doctors' capable hands, and now I'm back in the gym, carrying my golf bag, pain-free for 18 holes, and playing tennis as often as I like with no issues. I'd recommend Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin to anyone. Visit orthowisconsin.com.
The big guy needs some help this holiday season, so of course he's going to the Corners of Brookfield, just like you. Find something for everyone at the Corners. The 30-plus retailers and restaurants are sure to check off every wish on your lists, and the Corners has 15-minute parking for a quick in and out. But if there's a gift only Santa can deliver, head to the Market Square for a special North Pole mailbox. Letters are accepted until December 22nd. This season, the perfect gift is right around the Corners. Visit thecornersofbrookfield.com for more.
Are you tired of looking at a dirty, dusty, and cracked garage and looking for a fresh new look? Hi, this is ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta, and I'm here to tell you about Floor Shield by Showtime Floors. Using a state-of-the-art coating 4 times stronger than traditional epoxy, it's tough enough to be used in military bases and airports. Floor Shield is certified as an anti-slip floor and also eco-friendly, all while being UV stable, and my favorite part, easy to clean. This makes it perfect for outdoor spaces, just like your patio. Check it out at ShowtimeFloors.com and work with a specialist to transform your space in as little as one day.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde, and I have the perfect gift idea for you. A custom holiday gift box filled with all your Kringle favorites from Racine Danish Kringles. Or you could also try the new Holiday Stick Sampler Pack featuring Winter Wonderland, Mary Berry, Gingerbread, and Santa's Cinnaberry. It's stick size and a great way to try all the favorite flavors of the season. So go to Kringle.com to order or call them at 800-4DANISH. Racine Danish Kringles. It's not just a treat, it's a tradition.
You're listening to 94.5 ESPN WK.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. A day ago, the AFC South leading Jaguars were considered one of the teams with a chance at the 1 seed in the AFC. Today, they're dealing with an injury that could cost them that and much more. Quarterback Trevor Lawrence left the Monday Night Football loss to Cincinnati with a sprained ankle. ESPN's Adam Schefter's reporting he'll undergo further testing today to determine the extent of that injury and how much time he'll miss. If Lawrence is sidelined for any amount of time, Jacksonville turns to C.J. Beathard. If Beathard does start Sunday against the Browns, it'll be his first start in close to 3 years. USC freshman Bronny James, a limited participant at practice yesterday. He is awaiting clearance for full contact practice. Coach Andy Enfield said he thinks James is on the path to being ready to play very quickly. The 19-year-old is making his way back after suffering cardiac arrest during a workout in July.
From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
All right, back and better than ever, Greeny, as we continue to roll along here. An interesting question comes up. And we'll get back to this college thing in a minute, because that continues to be the thing that I find the most fascinating that's going on. I think it has the most far-reaching implications and everything else. But we were just talking a moment ago here about the reports yesterday from our old friend Diana Rossini that the Jets told Zach Wilson they wanted him to come back and play, and he was hesitant to take the ball back. And I guess I would ask, would you sitting where you sit, maybe we can go through each of the different places you could be. So if you are one of his teammates, if you are a decision maker from another team, you might have different perspective. But let's just start with you being you. You, Hembo, sitting here just being a sports fan. Would you lose respect for Zach Wilson if, knowing what we know, which is to say they took the ball away from him, again, it's been what it's been, the team has been what it is, the offensive line is what it is, and he just said, you know what? I'm going to be somewhere else next year. I don't want to get hurt. I'm not going back in and playing with this nonsense. Would you lose respect for him for having that position?
Yes, I would lose respect. I would lose whatever respect I had left for Zach Wilson because this is a professional athlete earning millions of dollars to play quarterback if asked to play quarterback, if available to play quarterback. So long as Zach Wilson is healthy, so long as Zach Wilson is receiving his paycheck, if his coach tells him that you're going to provide us the best opportunity to win, if his coach tells him you're going to play quarterback for us this week, then you should play quarterback for the Jets this week. And if he's not, and if he doesn't want to, it needs to be explained to me how that could be justified, because I cannot drum up a circumstance in which it could be justified or explained away. Can you?
No. I mean, I can't. I understand why he might feel that way.
How?
Well,
why?
He feels like his time with the organization is over. His chance of having a National Football League career is dwindling. The idea that someone is going to bring him in this offseason even to compete for a starting job somewhere is unlikely. He's probably being brought in to be a backup somewhere and just hope for an opportunity. And because there's not a lot of value in being that guy, then if you're trying to do it with a broken leg or something like that, it's going to make it that much less likely, which is to say, if he gets hurt in the next 5 or 6 weeks, it could easily be the end of his career.
So that's what you're saying. It's the injury risk.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, have you seen...
Then you shouldn't play football for a living.
Well,
with all due respect, Zach, if by chance you don't want to play because you're afraid you're going to get hurt, then you can do something else if you would like. But you can't be a football player. I mean, that's kind of like on the list of things that could happen.
Right.
You might get hurt.
Understood. Now, again, I'm playing devil's advocate more than I am defending his position. But if the organization for which you might get hurt has basically said to you, you are not in our plans, we are done with you, and you are going to be somewhere else going forward, and now says, because things have gone badly for us here, we need you to come back and do this and run that risk you're talking about, does that change the dynamic at all?
Perhaps, because I would be flummoxed as to why an organization would do that or say that or owe it to a player to do that or say that. Zach Wilson is in a 20-year Jet that has earned the ability to exit the ramp as he wishes. Zach Wilson has been an abject bust for the Jets, and so long as he's on the team, he should do what he's asked to do. I mean, has Zach Wilson earned the right to land softly and go elsewhere? Has he given his blood, sweat, and tears, his life to this organization over the course of decades? I mean, what goodwill has Zach Wilson accrued to deserve that right? What am I missing?
The answer is none. The answer is none. He has generally, I think, alienated practically everyone around him, or at least that was the case last year. I think Rodgers likes him, and I think Rodgers liking him goes a long way towards informing how everyone else reacts to him and feels about him. Here's an interesting scenario. Someone brought this up. I promised I was not going to get sidetracked by a lot of Jet stupidity here because the team is just not worth talking about.
This is pretty fascinating, honestly.
This is an interesting situation. If the Jets lose the rest of their games, do they fire their coach? Every other team in the NFL would. He's been the head coach 3 years. His record is right now 16 games under 500 in 3 years. And if he loses all the rest of his games, he would finish this year, what are they, 4-7? 4-8. So he would finish, let's call it 4-13. So he would be like 20 games under 500 for his career through 3 seasons, with everything looking about as bad as it can possibly look. Under normal circumstances, that guy probably gets fired, right?
If you're 15-36 through 3 NFL seasons, you're not getting a 4th season.
Right. I mean, almost never. You could probably look that up somewhere. But the Aaron Rodgers of it all makes everything different. because unless you're willing to, A, fire Robert Saleh and elevate Nathaniel Hackett, or B, fire Robert Saleh and Nathaniel Hackett, then what you're doing is you're getting rid of Robert Saleh and you're going out into the marketplace with the least attractive head coaching job in the history of football. You're basically trying to find someone who will take that job and accept Nathaniel Hackett as your offensive coordinator. Anyone with options, and there were going to be 6, 7, 8 options, the league is going to be flooded with firings this year. We've already had, 2? Right? Carolina on the Raiders, and there's a ton more coming down the pike. Chargers, Bears. Washington. I mean, and there's always some you don't see coming. There will be a minimum of 6 or 7.
There'll be half a dozen, like almost every year.
Yeah, and maybe even more than usual. So if you're a coach who has any option, and we're offering you this, come coach the Jets. We have a really good defense. We have Nathaniel Hackett as your offensive coordinator, and we have Aaron Rodgers, who will turn 41 coming off of an Achilles injury, as your quarterback. Who's taking that job?
I think that there would be people that would coach the Jets merely because Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback, and that a 40-something Aaron Rodgers is still Aaron Rodgers, and it's still a top 10 defense by most metrics. The problem, of course, is the Nathaniel Hackett of it all, and I think in a sober moment, Aaron Rodgers would have to acknowledge that moving forward with he and potentially even Robert Saleh would be undermining himself and undermining his teammates. I mean, Rodgers protects his guys and gets his guys paid. But if Aaron Rodgers is as out for himself as he should be, and as I expect he would be, don't you think in an honest moment he can acknowledge, yeah, it's probably best that this organization move on from these guys? No. You don't think that?
I don't think he wants them to move on from Nathaniel Hackett. I think that's his guy, and not just because he likes him. I think he believes he's the right offensive coach for him. And I do not think he'd be. Now, I want to make this 100% clear. I'm not having conversations with him about this. I'm not telling you what he has said or, to my knowledge, has said to anyone. When I knew what he was saying, I told you on this. I've been telling you for 6 weeks on this radio show. He was talking about coming back on December 24th because I knew that. I have no idea how he feels about their coaching situation going forward, and I'm not trying to represent it as though I do. But what I am telling you is what I think is that he wants Nathaniel Hackett to be the offensive coach, and I don't think those things go together. And unless Hackett becomes the head coach, I don't think that you can fire Robert Saleh. I just don't know who's coming in there to coach that team with that guy, and I don't think that's who he wants. I think they run it back with they bring in a whole new offensive line. They use literally every draft pick they have on offensive linemen. They try to trade for Devontae Adams, which I don't know. I keep hearing people say is as a possibility. And you go forward basically with the plan you had this year, and you hope for the best.
It feels like a run it back. It feels like a run it back.
That's what it is.
If Aaron Rodgers has as much power and influence as we think, and if the things that we think he wants, then I don't think you're going to see the Jets look any different next year. At least not in the big ways.
So if you're a fan of that team, is that the right or the wrong thing for them to do?
I mean, I need to be asking you that question.
I'm asking you because I can't make up my own mind.
So you're conflicted about this?
I'm thoroughly conflicted about this. I thought Aaron Rodgers represented the best chance the Jets had to do something really special in decades, literally at least a decade. And I'm not convinced that that isn't still true. Meaning starting all over again, I don't even know what that looks like. Are you starting all over again from or with Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and all these young players on defense? If so, who are you starting over with? Who's your quarterback? The Jets are just too good. They won too many games early to draft Caleb Williams, I would think, or Drake May or one of these other guys. So who becomes the quarterback? What better option do you have than him?
Let me ask you a question. So, because I believe Robert Saleh to be a good man, a good defensive mind, and a bad head coach. And that is an opinion based on a variety of factors. But as I survey the landscape of the NFL right now, and I see teams figuring out ways to win with their backup quarterbacks, and I see the extent to which the Jets have failed miserably the last 2 years to win with the quarterbacks that they have had, it's hard for me to sit here and say, okay, we can give you another pass. Like, we just saw Jake Browning light it up last night. I'm going to see Gardner Minshew start a playoff game. I'm going to see Joe Flacco start a playoff game. I think to just ascribe this season and check it off to, oh, Aaron Rodgers got hurt, let's run it back, I think is extremely dismissive of the fact that this is your job to create a scenario in which you maximize your team's chances to win if something bad or something really bad happens. The Jets aren't in a unique position. The Jets are in a, candidly, pretty normal position when surveying the landscape of the league. Half the teams in the sport are dealing with something like this, and they've handled it about as badly as any of them, and they have a top-flight defense that could theoretically at least account for some of that.
I agree, which is why this is so difficult, because what is a better option going forward than Rodgers? I'm incorporating getting rid of what you currently have with losing him, whether it's just spiritually or literally. And those two amount to essentially the same thing at this stage. So if you told me the option is keep Rodgers but make all those changes, well, hell yes, I would. Let him choose who he wants. But I don't think that's what he wants. Again, I ascribe that to just my own opinion sitting at a distance. I don't know it to be true. But I believe he wants it to come back. Mm-hmm. I believe he wants this same team back again, this same chance, these same people back again. At least I don't know how much attachment he feels to Saleh, but I don't think you can fire Saleh without firing Hackett.
What kind of attachment does he have to Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb? Because I believe Aaron Rodgers to be a first-ballot Hall of Fame quarterback and a really bad GM.
Yeah, maybe. Randall Cobb was never brought in to be a significant player. He was brought in to be Rodgers' friend. Alan Lazard has been a colossal disappointment, bordering on disaster, but I have to believe he would have been better if Rodgers was the quarterback. Everything would have been better if Rodgers
and the team would be better if anyone else were its offensive coordinator. And that was Rodgers' guy, too.
I don't know that to be true. I mean, I don't know that to be true because they didn't have Nathaniel Hackett last year, and the offense was just as bad. But I think that, unfortunately, the quarterbacks are just that bad. If they gave them Jake Browning, I think they'd look a little better. This is what happens when you take a stab at a quarterback in the draft and you miss this badly and you aren't willing to admit it. So what San Francisco got right, which is they went after Trey Lance, they put everything they had into it, they realized they'd gotten it wrong, and they cut ties and moved on. That's the opposite of what the Jets have done. The Jets have continued trying to make the Zach Wilson thing work, and it has killed them.
In the end, it was the Jets' decision not to give Zach Wilson a representative backup. That will wind up undermining the whole season, and that is the fault, at least in part, of someone we've not even said yet, Joe Douglas. So there's plenty of blame to spread around. It's hard to believe we started this conversation with a point where we're asking ourselves, should Zach Wilson be volunteering to play or not? That's the circus that you find yourself in as a Jets fan.
I can't see any circumstance under which you justify keeping Joe Douglas. I'm not sure what the circumstances are where you do that. Once again, unless Aaron Rodgers just says he wants you to. If anyone deserves not to have that job, their job anymore, it's him.
So you think he might be the one that goes if someone has to go?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, I find it very tough to picture. This is his mess, right? I mean, everyone else is just trying to clean it up.
The thing is, I think he's probably been better at his job than the others have been at theirs, but when things like this happen, there's always a fall guy.
All right, we will talk about all this as we continue. In the meantime, it is time for today's Sneaky Hembo.
Oh, you're going to love this question, Greeny.
Okay.
My question for you is this. Which NFL quarterback has the most losses as a favorite this season?
I hate that question. You did the most wins as an underdog this season this morning, and it was Jordan Love. And I don't think that is... I hate this question, but
it's not even trivia.
It's not trivia.
It is very trivial.
No, it's not. Yeah, but it's
trivial.
Not true.
Yeah.
So say it again. Who's got the most losses as a favorite?
Mm-hmm. Fascinating question.
The answer is next on ESPN Radio.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Binges, blackouts, regret, shame, trying and failing to drink less or quit. Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of OreHealth. I know how scary drinking too much can be because I struggled with alcohol misuse for most of my adult life. But I also know that it is possible to drink less or quit. And medication can help. Naltrexone is a safe, effective medication that makes it easier to cut back or quit drinking, so you don't have to rely on willpower alone. I started OreHealth to make access to naltrexone convenient and private, to help people like me regain control over alcohol.
If you're ready to stop drinking or just drink less, text DRINK to 200-300 to get a secure link to OreHealth's private online assessment. Our licensed medical professionals will evaluate your assessment, and if medication is right for you, prescribe it online. We'll deliver your prescription right to your door. No doctor's office visits required. Text the word DRINK to 200-300 to get started today. That's DRINK to 200-300.
Yeah, they're football guys, but they don't shy away from the big topics of the day.
Andy Reid's a dog? No,
Andy Reid's not a dog.
It does not have to be
Come on, he's like a Saint Bernard.
Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Also sponsored by American Family Insurance.
It doesn't have to be hulking. Oh, it's an attitude.
Weekdays 9 to noon on 94.5 ESPN and available wherever you get your podcasts with Wisconsin On Demand.
Get your game on at the Island Resort and Casino with first-round picks of your favorite slots and table games. Bring friends and watch your favorite team compete on big screens. Grab game day eats in T. McSee's Sports Bar. Or celebrate your team's victory in Horizon's Steakhouse. To book your game time at the Island Resort and Casino, call 800-682-6040 today.
Created diamond prices
and natural diamond prices
are the lowest you will see in your lifetime. A temporary oversupply of diamonds worldwide has created a fabulous opportunity for you to own a much bigger diamond.
Natural diamonds were born in the earth when the world was new.
Created diamonds were born in a plasma chamber when your love was new. Plasma chambers are fascinating.
Plasma is not a solid, a liquid, or a gas.
Plasma is the rarest substance on Earth, but the most abundant substance in outer space.
The northern lights and a bolt of lightning are the only naturally occurring plasma on Earth.
But in outer space, the stars are all made of plasma. Natural diamonds were born in the Earth.
Created diamonds were born in a star.
Diamond prices will never be lower. If owning a big diamond is on your bucket list,
this is your year for that dream to come true.
You're going to be happy, happy, happy.
Find the Kesslers nearest you
and see our extended holiday hours
at KesslersDiamonds.com.
Tired of power outages disrupting your life? Make them a thing of the past by getting a Generac home standby generator from Adams Generators. Adams Generators is the largest and #1 rated Generac dealer in Wisconsin. With 24/7 emergency support, our factory-trained technicians are standing by to assist you. Visit adamspower.com/generators to make sure your power always stays on. That's adamspower.com/generators.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Get to and from every home game in Green Bay this football season safely. Milwaukee Brathaus, Jack's American Pub, and Wanakee Golf Course all offer transportation on game days. They've got bus services with private restrooms and all-you-can-drink packages. Book your round-trip ride from any of these locations and get complimentary access to an all-you-can-eat and drink tailgate at the bar on Holmgren Way. Make your reservations now. There's still room for the December 17th game. Visit MilwaukeeBrathaus.com to book your trip today and use code ESPN23 for 10% off.
Ever wonder how the best athletes find the power to jump higher, cut quicker, skate smoother, drive farther, and stick the landing? At Prevea Orthopedics in Green Bay, we know power starts with the hips. That's why Dr. Michael Ryan and our team of experts provide comprehensive and advanced expertise in hip care, unlike anywhere else. Come to Prevea Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, where we can preserve your hips, so you can pursue your goals. Prevea Orthopedics, specializing in you.
Hey, and how are your trivia skills?
This is Sneaky Hembo Trivia.
Regular sneaky or extra sneaky?
All right, we all hate the question, but whatever. It is what it is. What is today's trivia question, Hembo?
Fascinating. Which NFL quarterback has the most losses as a betting favorite this season?
So for what it's worth, the reason Hembo did this is because on television this morning, he asked the question, which quarterback has the most wins as a betting underdog? The answer proved to be Jordan Love. And we all criticized the question because it's uninteresting, it's not really trivia, and it's just terrible in every way that a question can be terrible. And because Hembo is just the worst, he decided, I'll take a question just as bad and bring it to radio.
Let's double down.
That'll show them. So anyway, that is the question. What do you believe is the answer, Bubba?
I am going to go with Josh Allen.
Oh. That's who I was going to go with, too. Okay, I'm going to go with Josh Allen as well. I had one other name in mind.
Cam, who is your guy?
Cam, who's your guy?
Yeah, that's the one I thought of, and then I'm going to go with the guy who I assume has been a favorite in every game and has lost a few. That's Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that was the other guy. I was thinking between the two of them. So I'm going to go, we got two Allens and a Mahomes. If it's Mahomes, I'm going to be enraged.
I also thought about Justin Herbert. I'm going to be mad if it's him.
Allen and Mahomes are tied for second.
Oh, no.
The quarterback with the most such losses is Derek Carr. Derek Carr has lost 6 games as a betting favorite this season. A fascinating question and even more fascinating answer.
The least interesting team in the NFL.
God. It's a terribly uninteresting question about a terribly uninteresting player on a terribly uninteresting team.
Take us out of the podcast.
Outside of that, I love it. That's exactly right. Our podcast numbers are going to drop.
No one can hear this.
It's just awful.
So are you telling me that our audience, when they're looking at who to bet on this week, they won't say to themselves, oh, I heard that awesome note on the radio. I'm not going to bet.
Isn't he hurt
He's
anyway?
injured.
He's injured, but he's coming back. It's not a season ender.
I don't think he's even playing.
I'm pretty
this
sure
weekend.
he's injured.
It's not a season ender.
No, but
it's a weekender.
But this particular week, they can't bet on him. You're suggesting that 3 weeks from now, someone's going to think back. You know, I heard Hembo say Derek Carr stinks as a favorite.
You know what? There will be one. And that one is all that I need.
That's the worst answer.
And I hope he wins
heard.
that game.
All right, I want to get on to something else here. We got Alabama against Michigan. We got Texas against Washington. And those are the semifinals that we have. And, of course, that met with great disillusionment and more in the northern portion of the state of Florida yesterday, among others. I will say this, too. I'm not a going viral kind of guy. That's not really my style. Stephen A. goes viral all the time because he gets exercised about things. McAfee goes viral all the time. I don't go viral very often. The last time I checked, between Twitter and Instagram, the rant that I had, and that's just those two sources. I don't even know where else these things exist. But the rant that I had on Florida State on TV yesterday, the last time I checked between those two, had well over 5 million views. So people are very, very into this story, and I feel like I was one of very few people on the right side of this debate, and for the life of me, I can't understand how anyone is on the other side. And I will just say this once to finish it up. Heather Dinich has an outstanding column on ESPN.com in which she writes that one of the sources said to her, people may not believe it, but we don't say, oh gosh, if we vote this way, the SEC is going to be left out. That never came up, ever. We literally look at teams, put them up against each other, and say, who did they beat? Who did they not beat? Who have they beaten on the road? What's their strength of schedule? Look at the matrix and all the data. That, my friends, is an absolutely terrible answer. They did this for one reason and one reason only, and that is because they were trying to create the best Final Four that they could. I do not believe, while I understand how this has opened them up to all of this criticism of SEC bias and everything else, I really don't believe they went into it thinking, well, no matter what, we have to have an SEC team in there. I really don't believe that. I understand why people think it, but I genuinely don't believe it. I think they went into it saying, we want to make the two best games, I guess the 3 best games between the semifinals and the finals. And I will merely say, do you know where they do that? Professional wrestling. Professional wrestling is where they say, let's put together the best possible matchup. Let's put together exactly what our fans want. It doesn't make any difference. They're not pretending that this is all earned and merit and real. That's why it's such a ridiculously successful business, because they're able to give you the exact storyline you want. And you say to yourself sometimes, why can't sports be like this? And the reason is because in sports, you're supposed to earn something. This isn't a tournament that you qualify for. These are the teams with a chance to win a championship. The only reasonable way to choose who those 4 teams should be is based on what they accomplished. You can't do it based on what you think will happen going forward. When did we ever allow ourselves to believe that that was okay in sports? I don't understand for the life of me how anyone can say, well, Alabama-Michigan is a much better game than Florida State-Michigan would be, so let's take Florida State out and put Alabama in. That's a terrible reason to do it. Again, the metrics say it is Texas, not Alabama, who should have been out, despite Texas beating Alabama. The metrics say Alabama's strength of record was higher, greater, better, whatever term it is, than Texas's. It would have sucked to put them ahead of Texas because Texas beat them, but such is life. Something was going to suck no matter how you did this. So if you want to change something in the system, change the criteria. I don't know what they are, and I don't care. But what a human being should do is decide these are the ways we are going to go about breaking ties. You essentially had 6 teams that all had legitimate claims to getting in to this tournament. And the only reasonable and fair way amongst those teams is to say which 4 of them earned it. And there are metrics. There is data. Despite them telling Heather that we, quote, looked at the matrix and all the data, I would respond, what matrix and what data? What data did you look at? You only looked at things going forward. Heather actually said one of them told her today, we looked at their average yards per play on Saturday night. That person should be dismissed from this committee immediately. That's how we used to judge football back in 1957. So unless you were considering putting Otto Graham into the playoff this year, I'm not sure what the hell that has to do with anything. If we are going to stop allowing the teams that earn it over the course of a regular season to have a chance to play for the championship, then we really have become we have become boxing. We have become wrestling. We have become places where business just dictates everything. And how did college football get to be that? So again, I don't think they did it because they were afraid of leaving out the SEC. I totally understand why people say that. I can't tell you I know it for certain, but I believe they didn't. I believe they thought the best 4 teams to give you the best 3 games are the ones they chose. And I will say again, that is a ridiculous reason to give teams a chance to play for the championship.
I will say this, though. It's your buddy Nick Khan that runs the WWE. Is that right?
Yes, he is the CEO.
So if he had been on the committee and they had asked him what they should do, he would have said something approximating, let's put Nick Saban, the greatest college football coach of all time, let's pit him up against Jim Harbaugh, one of the biggest celebrities in the sport, whose program is embroiled in scandal. Let's put that in the Rose Bowl and watch the sun set over the San Gabriel, because that's what's happening.
Right.
And we're all going to watch it. We're all going to love it.
It's the most attractive game maybe in the history of the college football playoff. I agree with that completely. When you consider all of the circumstances, the turmoil surrounding Harbaugh, I think it is... You could make a pretty convincing argument that it's the most attractive game that they've ever created.
I can look this up, but I think it will probably be the most watched game in the history of the college football playoff, and perhaps for even longer back. Like I'll do that research, but that's what they've done here. To cite the 3.4 yards per play stat, and for that to be an on-the-record thing, candidly, undermines the whole credibility, Greeny, of the whole operation, because I'm a person that lives in the numbers. Like I reside in this world, and so I know how to interpret them. In some cases, how to make them. In all cases, how to interpret them. For that to be like an overwhelming data point in determining something is ludicrous.
So what should the data be?
The whole body of work for every team in the field. But you got to remember, Florida State played that game with its third-string quarterback, not the guy that would be playing in the Rose Bowl, by the way. So that's an important thing to note. There are also way better ways to evaluate a team's offense, if you wanted to, than the amount of yards per play that they gained in a game in which their defense was dominating, so they played conservatively on purpose. So, like, I don't know why a coach in that room didn't say, guys, this is actually not that big of a deal. That is like 1/1,000,000th of the kind of thing that you could be considering in deciding which 4 teams belong in a tournament of this kind.
So the question is this: if/when these games do monster ratings, and they will, Texas, monster following. Alabama, monster following. Michigan, monster following. And even Washington brings in a whole other, while they don't have anywhere near the national following the others do, they bring in the West Coast in a different way. It's the last year of the Pac-12 as we know it. That creates a nice storyline. But even just the geographic piece of it, Texas gives you the Southwest, and Alabama gives you the Southeast, and Michigan gives you the whole Midwest. It's as good as it could possibly be. If they were to look you in the face and say, that justifies the decision, you're proving my point for me. We're a sport here. We're a sport. We're not just a business. Now you've really made us just a business. We're just a business. If we're just in the business of putting together the 2 best games that we can, okay, that's fine. You want to be that? Then you really have become boxing. You really have become the WWE. I'm not knocking those things. They have their place. They have their place. The WWE is it might be the most popular entertainment vehicle that is tangentially connected to sports that we've ever had in this country. And with Nick running it, it is more successful than it has ever been. That's great. Everyone who loves that loves it. And God bless them. I grew up loving it myself. But that's not what we're talking about. Like, this is college football. These are teams that are supposed to have earned themselves a right and chance to play for a championship. I would have had a whole lot more respect for it if someone had said, I believe what Alabama accomplished, I believe what Texas accomplished was greater than what Florida State accomplished. I would disagree, but at least they'd have a real perspective instead of saying we're allowed to project ahead to what we think these games are going to be. My answer would be why.
We did that selectively. Greeny, our models say, and the committee is looking at similar things, that undefeated Washington would be a neutral field underdog to 10 teams in college football. So when you're talking about projecting, they're only doing that selectively. They're only doing that for Florida State. Like, they're not electing to do that for all the other teams, because then Texas and potentially Washington would both have been in peril. By the way, I did look this up. The highest rated college football games since the start of the BCS, the number one is the 2006 Rose Bowl between Texas and USC. Yeah. The Vince Young game did 35.5 million viewers. Second was the Ohio State-Oregon game, the advent of the CFP in 2014. That game did 34 million viewers. I think there's a really good chance that the Rose Bowl this year beats both of them.
It might. I mean, and good for them. And I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here telling you I'm not dying to see it. Now, let me ask you a question. Jim Harbaugh is a megastar. He's a superstar. He coaches Michigan. Mm-hmm. Nick Saban is a megastar. He's a superstar. He coaches Alabama. If one of them was the coach of Florida State instead of Mike Norvell, who is obviously a well-respected coach, seems like a good guy, I think he's handled this well, and clearly has done a great job, but could walk down the street right now and no one would know who he was. If Jim Harbaugh or Nick Saban was the coach of that team, would they be in the playoff now?
Probably. And that's incredibly sad and incredibly disingenuous. And even if no one in that room said it, everyone thought it. Everyone thinks it. The idea that the conference in which Alabama plays had nothing to do with the fact that Alabama got in, candidly, is ludicrous. Even if no one said it, we all are operating under these assumptions. We know that's the best league. We know these are the best coaches. So even if no one said these things out loud, we all have our biases built in, and it's impossible to remove things that happened before, things that happened in previous years, things that should not impact this year, to impact the way that you think about these teams because we're humans, and that's why humans should have no say in the matter.
Yeah. I mean, and it just keeps coming back to the players for me. I mean, even at a time when they no longer can screw the players in college football the way they did for 100 years, they still found a way to screw them. They did. They still found a way to do it. And look, I'll give them credit for at least one thing. They were willing to do the hardest thing to justify. The easiest thing to justify would be to put Florida State in there ahead of either Alabama or Texas. That would have been easy to explain. Well, they didn't lose a game. What do you want from me? They did the harder one to justify. The Texas players would have been disappointed if they didn't get in. The Alabama players would have been disappointed if they didn't get in. But none of them could have said, we had this stolen from us, taken from us. I think these Florida State players can believe that. And oh, by the way, do not tell me that if Georgia beats Florida State badly, that means it justified this decision. It does not. It did not. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It is actually reinforcing my point that what we have become now is I mean, who is it that makes fights? Like who in boxing decides, like the WBC, the WBA, I don't know, but whoever it is that decides, we're going to put this challenger up against this champ this time for this reason and that reason because it's what the fans want or there's the most money to be made or whatever it is. That's what this just became, and that is not what this sport was supposed to be.
Yeah, terribly ashamed, and that is, with my opinion, remaining that Alabama's way better than Florida State, that Georgia's way better than Florida State. It's an unfortunate situation, but when you are living in a world in which we play games and you have a team that wins all of its games and the committee selectively uses this clause in their bylaws to create this sort of loophole, it is terribly ashamed, and I don't think there's any way that that fan base and those players will ever get over this decision, even though 40 million people are going to watch the game still.
Oh, by the way, the fact that, and Heather told us today, I did not previously know this, that the voting is done by secret ballot. So we know who the people on the committee are. We don't know how they voted. They don't know how they voted. If you and I were on the committee and we were sitting next to each other, you wouldn't see my vote and I wouldn't see yours. They're done by secret ballot. What the hell is the point of that? What purpose is that serving? Where is that lack of transparency helping the process here? What are these government secrets?
I yearn for the day of the BCS.
What are we doing? People, what are we doing? All right, we will come back. I think that we have caught the cookie thief. At least that's what I'm being led to believe. That's good news on a day that we could really desperately use some. So we'll get to that and more in just a moment on ESPN Radio.
Geico's mobile app has 24/7 claim service and on-the-go policy info. It's easy to Geico.
Today, football is a game of sound. What if you couldn't hear your coach's play calls? What if you couldn't hear the referee's whistle? For deaf and hard of hearing athletes like me, these what-ifs are a reality. But with the AT&T 5G helmet, now we can see play calls just like the other teams hear them.
Connect the player, change the game. Learn more at att.com/5G helmet. Connecting changes everything. AT&T. AT&T is a proud supporter of the Gallaudet Bison AT&T 5G helmet, not for sale.
Get real and keep it real this holiday season by buying real Christmas trees. Did you know that buying real Christmas trees helps save the American Christmas tree farming industry? For every 10 Christmas trees planted, an acre of land is saved. And so are American farmers' jobs. Plus, buying real Christmas trees helps keep real holiday memories alive while helping our environment. Buy real Christmas trees this holiday season at Lowe's or wherever Christmas trees are sold. Get more information online at GetRealKeepItReal.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
Woo! I am thirsty today. Definitely going to need a cold one. There's the one. I'm back again with Wonder from Potosi Brewing Company. Another special Potosi holiday brew in my hand, and Wonder's going to spread that holiday cheer by telling everyone about their latest creation.
Cow pie dessert stout. You've all had the candy from Baraboo Candy Company. They asked us to collab with themselves, and it emulates the cow pie candy. It has caramel, pecans, and chocolate. The cow pie, of course, is a dessert stout, so I would have it with the dessert. You could probably plop in a scoop of vanilla ice cream in your glass, and you would have your own dessert right there.
Thanks again to Wonder from Potosi Brewing Company for joining Ben's Beer Fridge. I can't wait to get my hands on their special seasonal beers, and you already know, this time of year, you better keep that fridge stocked.
Hey, it's Jason Wilde for Associated Bank. Looking for a bank with home field advantage? You got it. At Associated Bank, we're more than just a bank. We're your neighbors. That's why scoring a Packers checking account is the right play for your pay. And here's the kicker. Your Packers debit card gets you 10% off at the Packers Pro Shop. Join the team today. Open your Packers checking account at AssociatedBank.com/Packers. Associated Bank, the bank of the Packers since 1919. Your money works here. Member FDIC.
It's never too early to start making your list and checking it twice. Give the gift of a delicious Milwaukee food and city tours experience this holiday season. From a walking tour on Brady Street to our tacos and tequila bus tour or our beloved Christmas bakery bus tour, we have something for all tastes. Plus, we're offering a 15% discount on all gift card purchases through the end of the year. Send your clients, colleagues, or family this delicious gift at MilwaukeeFoodTours.com.
The big guy needs some help this holiday season, so of course he's going to the Corners of Brookfield, just like you. Find something for everyone at the Corners. The 30-plus retailers and restaurants are sure to check off every wish on your lists, and the Corners has 15-minute parking for a quick in and out. But if there's a gift only Santa can deliver, head to the Market Square for a special North Pole mailbox. Letters are accepted until December 22nd. This season, the perfect gift is right around the Corners. Visit thecornersofbrookfield.com for more.
Smoking hot deals just keep coming with quick hot savings from Quick Trip. And right now we're cooling off with $2.99 a gallon Nature's Touch milk. All 1 gallon, 2%, 1%, and skim Nature's Touch milk, just $2.99. Hey, looking to make that perfect movie night milkshake? Or how about making those morning waffles extra fluffy? Our fresh, straight from our dairy Nature's Touch milk is on sale and ready for your fridge. Quick hot savings from Quick Trip. Yeah, we're here to save you some moolah.
Hey, it's Gary Olson here for Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center. Looking for that midday escape? Or maybe you want to impress a client? No matter the season, rain, snow, or shine, Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center is open for you. A top-tech, cutting-edge golf experience that gives you the chance to play legendary courses. Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center simulators, entertainment, and best Bloody Marys make it feel like summer all year round. Just $35 an hour gets you a round and puts that summer feel back in your life. Book your bay at WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Greeny with you here on ESPN Radio. Hashtag crew is assembled around us. And before we bring in a very special guest, let us just try and get to the bottom of what happened here. I have pointed out that I think the members of the hashtag crew might qualify as among the stupidest people in the entire world. And part of the reason for that is because we seem to have a cookie theft going on last week. Now, I'll reset the stage. Christine Lisi, who is just the nicest person in the world, she's more like a stuffed animal than a human being. She's so sweet. She bakes cookies and things like that for the staff all the time. And so one day last week, it sounds like, she baked cookies for everyone, left them out. Someone who does not work in the department walked by, just scooped up a bunch of them and kept on walking. The idea that Bubba and Cam had, their genius idea for catching this thief, was to follow this person.
Yeah.
Try and, in following him, figure out what his name is.
Yep.
Then go onto the computer portal, print out the picture that is on his ID, because those are all on the portals, and post them all over the radio area saying, do not allow this person to take the cookies.
Good idea.
Well, we were trying to take a picture of him too.
Well, obviously not, because you followed him you followed him to the calf and somehow failed to take a picture of him. Why is that?
I didn't. Cam did.
Well, why could you not take a picture of him in the calf, Cam?
I didn't want him to notice me.
Why?
You don't want thieves to know that they're about to be caught.
Why?
You know?
We didn't want to go right up to him and just put a